Handheld, where it runs the Xbox, you know, interface, and you could access all of your Xbox games. It just accesses PC games. So, worthless. Who cares? The only reason I would actually want an Xbox handheld is to play my 360 games, and if that's not an option, I don't give a fuck. It's a waste of money. Raging Boar with the 5 Doom will probably be my actual game of the year, even though I'm playing shit like Black Ops 1 and Space Marine 1. Well, those games didn't come out in the year, so I'm of the belief the game of the year has to be, you know, a game that releases in the year that you're awarding the game to. But, yeah. Here's a clip of RTU kicking his son out of PSN during Christmas. Let me see if this will open up. Nope. It will not. Use this site. Actually, let me see if this works. Let me just try this. Oh, fuck. Whoops. There we go. Page not found. Oh, that's right. I have to get the username. It's not the same account. Okay. Let's try it now.
I can't afford this shit!
See, there we go. You know what? You're right. Let me go and kick my son off the PlayStation so I can play it and relax. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Matthew can't go on the PlayStation. He just kicked me out of the game.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Alright. Bruh. What a fucking loser. Oh my god, bro. Tell him to get off the PlayStation. Daddy's playing right now. Oh my god. Bro. He did that shit on stream. Oh my god. Yeah, and apparently this was on Christmas Eve as well. So on Christmas Eve, he kicked his son off of the fucking PlayStation and wouldn't let him play video games on Christmas. What a fucking loser, man. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that's just pitiful, dude. That's just actually pitiful. Like, how the fuck are you gonna kick your kid off the PlayStation on fucking Christmas, dude? That's like taking your kid's stocking down and eating the candy in front of him and saying, tough shit, son. Life is hard. Get over it. EV7 with the 5, it's my birthday today. Well, happy birthday to you, man. Just stayed at home. Yeah, that's what I do for my birthday, too. I don't know, bro. After 21, there's not really anything like that exciting about your birthday. It's like, just another year. Also, just beat Rufus and remake an incredible boss fight. And theme, this game might be getting a 10 for me. Nice, man. Yeah, I love the remake trilogy. It's overall very, very solid. But happy birthday to you, man. Hope you at least had some fun. And Claus Mystery with the 50 pesos. Today I got angry at Gringos again because someone's ARG was ruined for me. The whole story is a metaphor for transitioning. I got annoyed by that. And then also Claus...
7 inches? That's pretty big.
Could have been about a boy suffering from depression, but nah. It had to be about a boy that committed self-harm on his arms and transitions. Fuck you, ARG. What's wrong, Claus? You can't relate to a story about a troon? Why not? What are you, a hateful fucking racist bigot? Stop. Put yourself in their shoes. But why are their shoes floating 3 feet above the ground? That's the question. Raging Boar with the 2. Proof Rich is a terrible father. Yeah, I mean, that's just shitty, dude. Like, get your kid his own account so you don't have to worry about it. Like, what the fuck? He can't go on the PlayStation. Like, oh my god. Juthro, Oski, Ferrix, OT, the pedophiles with the 50. Nothing can be about men anymore. Nothing. Only women and, quote, women. I hate that... Wait, I hate the Democrat Gringo society perpetuating this. Well, to be fair, bro, it's not the white people who are voting for this type of shit, so... Predominantly, it is not whites who are voting and supporting for this type of shit. It's everybody else. And Daryl Zone with the 2. This is how Griffin kicks his kid out on PS5. No. I would just give them their own fucking account, dude. I would just give my kid his own PlayStation. It's like literally free to make a PlayStation account. And then maybe you have to pay $5 a month for their PSN. Like, who cares? That's less than taking him to get McDonald's. Like, fuck, man. Tim Marco with the 14. Appreciate it, man. Someone probably already told you. Nope. But Fertanga was about to respond to your take on 5090 price, but he literally wage quit the stream and said he's leaving YouTube because of revenue. Really? Aw, man. What is wrong with my take on the 5090 price? If you don't want it, don't buy it. I'm pretty sure that's my take, right? I don't know. What was my controversial take on the 5090 price? It was the text. Oh, the retard that said that GPUs shouldn't be more than $400? Yeah, that guy's a fucking idiot. Yeah, dude, I don't want my phone to be more than $400. I want a shitty camera, a shitty battery, a shitty display, and for it to fucking barely be able to run 3 apps at once. Yes, please limit my technology's capability by setting an arbitrary price.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
How the fuck is setting an arbitrary price ceiling on technology a good thing? Like, if you want shitty products, I guess it's a good thing, but otherwise it's fucking stupid. You can barely even get a CPU for $400 that's worth a damn anymore. So... much less a GPU. Brandino the third with the 10. Appreciate it, man. Griffin, please give me predictions for Super Mario Bros. 40th anniversary. I want Galaxy 2 remastered, new 3D Mario Kart, and crossover merch with a luxury clothing. You want a Gucci Mario bag or something? But yeah, I feel like they're gonna announce the new Mario Kart with the Switch too. That's already kind of been, you know, hinted at. I would not be surprised if they do another HD, like, remake collection. That's a very easy thing to cash in on. So I could definitely see them doing that. But I would assume they're going to announce Mario Kart, the new entry in, like, the 3D Mario franchise, and then maybe some remasters, would be my guess. I don't know about, like, the fucking Louis Vuitton, Gucci Mario collab, but maybe. That'd be pretty funny. He wants GPUs to be under 4. Yeah, dude, that's so stupid. Like, oh yeah, NVIDIA, you're not allowed to sell a GPU over $400. Okay, we're just gonna release shitty GPUs then. Like, it's so fucking dumb. Why would you limit how expensive technology can be? That means you're just trading off how powerful it's going to be. Because I hate to break it to you, but the shit that's more powerful costs more money to make. So, you're just gonna get dog shit. The eye advanced with the too many unemployed individuals these days. I know, man. I agree. Yeah, I don't think Nintendo's in a rush to release anything like, you know, Zelda Collection or anything like that until the new Switch comes out. They're saving all their big hitters for later. Dude, I don't know why, but like the left side of my jaw is like super fucking sore. I don't know if it's like from how I slept on it or something. I don't know, bro. It actually kind of hurts to talk right now. It's weird. Lockjaw, maybe. But yeah, it's when I like close my mouth, it hurts. So it's like the opposite of what you would think. It'd be like, oh, you open your mouth and it hurts. But no, it's like when I do like the, I guess, biting motion, I feel it like right underneath my ear. Shit kind of hurts, man. It's probably muscular or something, or tendon or something that got pulled.
Yeah, Matthew can't go on the PlayStation. He just kicked me out of the game.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Instead of spending Christmas Eve with your child, you're yelling at him over the phone to get off the PlayStation so you can fucking play your video games on Christmas Eve.
Bruh.
Oh my god.
Stop being gilded, domesticated garbage. Stop being weak. And when you see a threat come down on you, deal with it. Become a human again. Stop being weak.
Holy fuck, dude. I don't know why they're sharing accounts. Yeah, I mean, bro, that's just so sad. A truly defeated individual. I don't know, man. Quite sad, isn't it? Griffin said the other day that 360 games don't work. No, some don't work. Like, whatever that's called, shit. Syndicate is one that doesn't work. What was that Raven software game, too? Shit, I can't remember the fucking name. But yeah, there's a few well, not a few, there's a lot. So yeah, Singularity, that's what it was. There's quite a few games that don't work, like Wet is another example. X-Men Origins, Wolverine doesn't work. Any of the licensed Transformers games don't work. So, there's actually quite a few. Space Marine 1 doesn't work on backwards compatibility. So, yeah. There's a lot of games that don't work on it. Because basically how backwards compatibility works on Xbox is they had to go to all the publishers and basically get approval to republish the games. So, the publishers had to agree to it. No, I will not be buying. I will not be buying Death Stranding 2. Zero fucking interest in that slot. The eye advance with the 2. Rich shall spend 1,000 years in India. No! A fate worse than death. I agree. I don't think Kojima's ever made a good game either. Just wait until the Kojima Troon game comes out next after Death Stranding 2. He's working on that OD game that stars the Hollywood Troon, Hunter Schafer. So, yeah. Get ready for that one, guys. Blue Senshi with the 2, I rather watch paint dry than play Death Stranding 2. Yeah, same here, because at least you don't have to hold the controller. Fluffle Nugget with the 2, forget Death Stranding 2, where's Cuckold Sim 2? I know, man. We need a long-awaited sequel to come out. Death Stranding 2 trailer was dog shit. But watch that be Game of the Year this year, which would be I wouldn't be surprised, man. It'll be either that or GTA 6. It'll be one of those two.
I can't afford this shit!
I genuinely don't care about GTA. It's a nothing to me, personally. A big fat nothing. Play GTA and call the game trash, Griff. I don't even need to play it to call the game trash, personally. Griffin thinking GTA 6 will be a Game of the Year contender is great. Why? Literally every Rockstar game by default gets nominated for Game of the Year. Literally every single Rockstar game gets nominated for Game of the Year. Dude, GTA 5 is incredibly overrated. Like, it's a mediocre open world sandbox, like, in all honesty. Like, there's nothing that impressive about the game at all. The most interesting shit in GTA is the stuff that Rockstar doesn't even do themselves. So... that's the reality, bro. Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 5. Kojima is the most overrated game creator. Guy is so in love with himself. Yeah, he has to put his name on everything. Like, a Kojima production directed by Hideo Kojima, produced by Hideo Kojima, game design by Hideo Kojima. It's like, bro, we get it. Nobody fucking cares. Your name is already on the fucking front. We get it. That's like Miyamoto putting his name in every Mario trip. Well, it's not even that. It would be like a game by Miyamoto, directed by Miyamoto, game design by Miyamoto. Fucking, you know, it's like, we get it, bro. A Miyamoto production. It's like, god damn, bro. Got an ego much? But yeah, I can't stand Kojima's games. They're just pretentious and retarded and genuinely not fun. Yeah, Yoko Taro does the whole, you know, weird, but I don't know. It's not even like that same thing. It's like Kojima is pure exposition. That's it. Like, all he does is puts weird shit in his game to be a pretentious fuck. That's it. He's just a pretentious fuck who, like, has to put a bunch of weird exposition to get attention. Yoko Taro puts a bunch of weird shit in his games because he likes weird shit, because it makes the story that much more impactful. Like, There's an actual reason for the story to be weird. It's to give you that really polarizing sense of like a serious story, but also feeling like a video game because it doesn't take itself seriously and has a bunch of wacky and fun shit. Kojima just does weird exposition paired with an overly serious storyline and a just very, very pretentious delivery. So, Yoko Taro doesn't take himself seriously. Kojima thinks his fucking shit don't stink. Have I played Metal Gear? Unfortunately, yeah. I played 4 and 5 and didn't like either one. Yep, Metal Gear Solid 4 has the longest video game cutscene. Or at least it used to. I don't know if it still does or not, but yeah. That's what it's known for. Yeah, the thing is, bro, is like I recently saw a clip from that the Mad Max Fury Road movie, and it's like, dude, he literally ripped that shit off for Death Stranding. Like the whole guitar shit with Troy Baker, you know, Soy Baker, the guitar villain. Like, bro, there's literally a fucker in that Mad Max movie that looks the exact fucking same. He literally just ripped it, right? Like, there's not a creative fucking bone in his body. He just puts a bunch of weird shit from other people's stuff into video game format. He ripped off Snake from Escape from New York and almost got sued if it weren't for the director. Interesting. Yeah, so basically he's not even a good wannabe movie producer because all he does is steal other people's ideas.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I mean, that's the thing, bro, is like Kojima's just incredibly overrated. Like, Kojima games are for people who don't like video games. I'm convinced. Like, the type of people that enjoy a game like Death Stranding are the type of people who don't like video games in the first place. Like, they're just the most normie, slop, garbage imaginable. It's like, do you want to feel like you're watching a movie instead of playing a video game? Well, then play any Kojima Productions product. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 falls into the same camp. It has mass normie appeal, same with GTA 5, but GTA 5, to its credit, has basically become mainly popular because of its online community, so that's a little different. But yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2, I think, falls into the same camp of people who don't actually like the fact that it's a video game. They like the fact that it feels like a movie. Griffin, did you see Gay Tango rage quitting stream because he wasn't getting money? I did not. I don't watch him. Dude, somebody in chat clip that. Clip what? He's becoming DSP. Well, someone said that he made this like his full-time job, so you know, gotta beg for those super shekels, I guess. Kojima's talent is constantly shoving his name down your throat. Yep. Pretty much, man. That's it. He said he's moving on to IRL jobs now. How sad, bro.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
How sad indeed. Let's see. E-Man with the 50. Uh-oh. Griffin play hatred. Oh, what the isn't that like super shit? It's $6 on Steam. I may have it already. I've never played it, but I think I have it. Maybe not. I do not have it. Yeah, I remember, like, that was the game they tried to get banned off of Steam, and it ended up being really shitty. Ooh. Damn. Let's see. Just wait for the email to arrive. I just bought it on CD keys for $3. If it'll come through. We'll see. Oh, you guys want to see a shameless thing? Well, not really shameless, but it's a page out of my Coomer binder.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
Oh, did it not send? What the fuck? I sent it to myself earlier. I don't know why it's not there. What the hell? Hold on. I don't even know where my phone is. Let's see. Oh, there's the key as well. Just came through. Let's see. Get code. Copy. There we go. Hatred, is Hatred even a good game? I've heard it's not good, but I don't know. Okay, why is it not sending the image? It's like literally just sending blank emails to myself. Oh, let's try it again. There we go. Now I got it. There you guys go. There's a page out of the Coomer binder. What do y'all think? L or W? Melanie Max not gonna be happy about this. I don't really care. Her genetics will not pass on to the next generation. Therefore, no part of her shall inherit the earth. You need to get those poker cards with naked women? Nah, that's too much, bro. See, this is just enough to where the Coomers will shell out big money for it, but it's not so much that it's straight up porn. There's a balance. There's a balance you have to maintain, otherwise it's just too much. Alright, let me put it on this real quick. I'll try to get it to detect the game, I guess. So Playboy wasn't porn? Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure. Wasn't the whole point of Playboy the fucking titties? Jesus Christ. There's no need for games to be that fucking loud, bro. And it's not a real full screen window. Lovely. Borderless fucking window doesn't work again in yet another game. I love PC gaming, man. So much fun. I love it when games have settings that don't even fucking do anything, you know? Why do you have windowed full screen? if it doesn't even work. It's an indie game? Bro, I don't care what the fuck it is. I don't care what the fuck it is. It's such a basic setting that it shouldn't be a problem. Let's see. 10 more code with the 279. No wonder Konami wanted Kojima gone. Insane budget. Yeah, he would never finish Metal Gear Solid 5. He just kept delaying it over and over and over again. And eventually they got fucking sick of it, so. The fuck? Ew. I don't like that. You have to right click to have the camera float away from you. That's weird.
I can't afford this shit!
Go to the throne. God damn it. So boring.
You're wrong!
Need a tutorial.
You're fucking
Show me
bored!
fucking tutorials. Kill your drugged captive. Where? Where? Alright, this is fucking irritating already. Right there? I can't even fucking shoot. Oh my god, you have to crouch? Why?
Finish this! Only my weapon understands me.
Wow, edgy, dude. Leave the basement of your mom's house, yeah. Holy fuck, dude. There's so many unnecessary mechanics. This should literally just be like a fucking twin stick shooter.
Tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
This should literally just be a basic ass twin stick shooter, but instead they made it an overly complicated fucking annoyance.
My name is not important. What is important is what I'm going to do. I just fucking hate this world and these human worms feasting on its carcass. My whole life is just cold, bitter hatred. And I always wanted to die violently.
This is the time of vengeance, and no life is worth saving. And I will put in the grave as many as I can. It's time for me to kill. And it's time for me to die.
Alright, let me read these super chats real quick. Let's see. So Chaka Shaka with the 2, Red Dead Redemption 2 is garbage, normie slop. Yeah, it's just boring. That's its biggest sin. It's boring. Slick Rick with the 5, did you finish? No, I did not. What did you think of it? Better than a Hideo Kojima game, I hope. I hate the fucking QTEs. The QTE systems for that game is fucking dumb. And it takes way too fucking long. Like, if you only had to do it, like, once or twice, that's fine. But you have to do it, like, 8 fucking times in a row, at least. I don't know. I really despise the way the QTEs are implemented in that game. That's my biggest gripe with it. Detroit did QTEs much better. And Joseph Silver with a 2. Only handheld I need is Switch 2. Yeah, if it's just another one of those handheld gaming PCs, I don't really have an interest. I don't ever use my Steam Deck, so there's no reason to buy an Xbox branded handheld Windows PC. Like, I don't know. I don't really care. I will not be buying that. The only reason I'd buy an Xbox handheld is to play 360 games, which, you know, a Windows PC handheld cannot do. Let's see. OG Ghost with the 5. Made no money. Begged for super chats. Now at your local McDonald's. R.I.P. Bozo.
Gaming.
Quite sad, isn't it? And Juthro Oski Ferrix OT the pedophiles with the 50 pesos. Remember how Detroit Become Human was supposedly not about race or politics? That's what David Cage said. Yeah. Good luck believing that. It definitely had a lot to do with that. And then also the 50 pesos. I love how Kojima is war bad in his games. No one tell him about what Japan did to Christians, the Chinese, and the Koreans. That's right, man. Maybe he has his own version of white guilt. You never know. Japanese guilt. And Chaka Shaka with the 2. Griffin, would you say Red Dead 2 is garbage? I don't know if I'd say it's garbage, but it's movie game slop. And E-Man with the 10. Mute Raymond. Looks like somebody already took care of that, so we're good. Alright. Let's try this out. It's already running like absolute shit. Oh, you have to manually reload. Ew. How the fuck do they know where I am? That's what you get for no inviting me to the party, dude. Dude, this is unironically what Twitter libs wish they could do to a Trump rally. Yeah, I mean, this is basically like the equivalent of a Flash game, I would say. It's like a more modern version of what a Flash game used to be, yeah. Kinda. Yeah, this was like basically a rage bait game, kinda. Like they made a fucking mass shooter simulator. The media and games journos freaked out about it, and I think they sold a decent number of copies just off the controversy. Is basically, I think, the main purpose of a game like this is just to capitalize on the controversy. Oh, I'm gonna die. I don't even know where I am. Oh, I'm sure they made a lot of money off it. I mean, I don't know how much money they made, but probably a decent amount would be my guess. I don't know how many reviews does this even have on Steam. I guess would be the question. Well, it was only made like 4 or 5 years ago, I think. It's fairly new still. It's not like it's a, 2-decade-old title or something. 18,000, so it probably sold like 200,000 copies. Wait, the black guy killed the cop?
Bruh.
This came out in 2015? I thought it was newer than that. Maybe I'm thinking of something else, too. Why is there even limited amounts of ammo in this? That seems very unnecessary. Yeah, maybe I was thinking of Postal 4.
My name is not important.
Can you seriously? Oh, okay, skip. I'm wondering what that Grim Reaper marker's for. Just gonna go see. Why are they shooting at me? I didn't even do nothing. Oh, it's just a respawn point. Okay. George Droid Fent reactor working in overdrive. That's right, man. No reason to get the Xbox handheld if it's just... Yeah, dude, exactly. It's just going to be another ROG Ally or whatever, so... I don't even use my Steam Deck, so I don't really have a reason to buy it. See, the problem is with these handhelds running modern games is that the battery's so fucking bad that it defeats the entire point of having a handheld, so... Did you throw Oski Ferrix OT the pedophiles at the 20 pesos? Wouldn't the National Guard beat the fuck out of this guy? Yeah. It's a very unrealistic scenario, but... The average, you know, guy with a gun in his house could probably smoke this retard with his back turned. But it's a video game, so... Yo, what was that guy's name? Fuck. I can't remember. The incel dude, Elliot Rogers, right? Isn't this what he wanted to do? Shoot up the fucking grocery store? And he ended up only killing one person and then, like...
You're wrong!
Yeah.
You're fucking wrong!
He failed. His entire life was a failure. And even in death, he was a failure. I don't fucking know, man. The guy who had a fucking, what was it, a BMW or a Mercedes and thought that, you know, women would just be, like, squirting in their pants. At the mere sight of his superior car, dude. Why does this game have ammo? That's just really dumb. This should have unlimited ammo. Defeats the entire purpose of massacring hordes of people if you have limited ammo reserves. That just makes it boring.
No reason to go there.
Oh, there goes the chat.
All the flock in the same barn. Birds of a feather die together.
Oh, the grenade didn't go through the window. Alright, let's see. Yeah, they should have made this way more arcadey. Like, why is this even remotely difficult? That just seems like a really poor design choice, if you ask me. Like, this game should have been piss fucking easy, unlimited ammo, you know, unrealistic gun physics, and, you know, like, every single time you shoot somebody, they literally fucking explode or something. Like, I don't know, man. Like, this just feels very half-assed at best. Like, it's worse than a slop tier indie. Because at least slop tier indies can somewhat be fun. It's just kind of like, yeah, point and click, but it's not even, like, fun. Like, you could make this a lot more fun than it is. Very easily. Like, I can't even kill the cops effectively because I can't shoot them in time. There's just like too many of them, bro. I don't know. Yep, it does look like one of the free games you download on the PS3 back in the day. There used to be, shit. Dead Nation, I think is what it was called, was like a similar style of game back in the day on PS3. It was actually pretty decent. It was actually pretty decent, but yeah. This, not so much. Let's see. Just put it on whatever the fucking baby mode was and see how that goes. Dead Nation is by Housemarque. Yeah, they used to actually make good games. Like, Super Stardust was fine for what it was. Resogun was okay. I didn't really like it that much. Dead Nation I did like. What was the other one? Nex Machina, I think is what it was called. That one was pretty good too. I did not like Returnal, but I don't like rogues, so. I don't like rogues. Chaka Chaka with the 2. You played Fire. Yeah, I've played a few of them. Only Birthright and 3 Houses. I didn't like 3 Houses because of the high school shit, but I liked Birthright. Bro, you really have to do the fucking tutorial again? Oh my god. Seriously?
Don't kill me! Help! Don't kill me! That's the spirit.
Jump over it. Holy shit, dude. Unnecessary fucking mechanics. Yeah, this is just fucking slob, bro. This could have actually been good, but no.
My name is not important. What is important is what I...
So you almost have to keep your ammo because you run out, so you can't shoot the fucking crowd.
He's insane.
Hide anywhere you can. What's going on?
You're like discouraged from shooting the people because you need your ammo for the cops. right?
All the flock in the same barn. Birds of a feather die together. Time to die, pig. Rise and die.
I mean, this is like basically a leftist simulator if you think about it. Trans simulator. This is what every trans wishes they could do after someone says use the men's bathroom.
Genocide.
Bro, just like in Palestine, dude. A genocide. Okay, so do I need to blow something up? I guess I have to get the bar. Alright, so now what? It's just, this is like really pointless. This would be better off as just like a fucking arcadey, you know, endless enemy, unlimited ammo type game where you don't have to fucking try. There's over-the-top gore and blood, but no, it's like this. I don't fucking know, dude. It's like they forgot to make it fun. Like, yeah, make it controversial, but not actually fun to play. I guess maybe I have to go upstairs. Yep.
I never thought it would be so easy to slaughter my whole neighborhood. I can feel their pain, their suffering flowing through my veins. It's like the most intense drug, and I need more. Much more. The human shields have arrived. I'll hide and prepare an ambush.
Yeah, this is a Game Pass type game.
So can meet.
Man. Wake up.
Come on, you fucking parasites. The dead is waiting. You've got a lesson to learn.
Oh, it doesn't give you more ammo.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is why is ammo limited in this type of game? It makes no sense. Like, it's completely counterintuitive to the type of game that it is. Like, you're actively discouraged from massacring people because you'll run out of ammo if you do. Dude, this is almost as edgy as that fucking game with the ugly teenage girls. I don't know why they made the enemies so fucking tanky in this section too. Another strange design decision.
Time to leave this stinking place. Time to destroy your lovely holiday and give them something special.
Am I developing a hatred? I'm just like very indifferent to it. It's pretty boring, honestly. I don't know. You could see where this could actually be fun if they made certain changes, but they didn't, and they're not going to. Like, this is a pure novelty game. People bought this shit because of the controversy surrounding it, not because they actually liked it. Like, it's kind of sad that Cuckold Simulator had more depth to it. The audio keeps fucking up too on this.
You bastard. Let me introduce myself. I'm a man of hate and disgust. Holy fuck! He's gonna kill us all! Responding unit.
Yeah, and Cuck Simulator, when you finally crack, you go on a fucking mass shooting campaign.
Killing spree. It's a mission.
How many more people do I have to kill? Burn down the shelves. Oh, the whole fucking police force just pulled up. Bro, this is literal fucking slop. You're just sitting there and they're eating your fucking bullets. For no reason. Just cause. Yeah, bro, I'm starting to get sleepy playing this more than I already was. We may have another sleep stream, bro.
Praise destiny fulfilled.
Escape using the train.
Either
So why the
either
fuck-
subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Time to leave this place. I can smell some innocent blood. It always tastes better.
Ooh.
This train's going to be a big iron coffin for all of you. Where are we heading? The next station is near a nuclear power plant. That gives me an idea. Looks like a good opportunity for heavy casualties among this pathetic population. Finally, my journey has a target.
Let's see. So I'm key with the 2. Why are black people so ghetto? Oh, well, that's easy. It's just they culture. And then I'm key with the 2. Why are white people so perfect? I don't know, but it just comes naturally to us. What can I say? You know? It's just a effortless grace that we white people have. And Joe Smobody with the 2. Try the first person mod. I don't mod. I don't know, bro. I don't really have a big enough interest in this game to even consider trying that, to be completely real with you. I was recommended this through a Super Berry donation, and otherwise I'd probably never have touched this. Because I really never heard anything good about it, just, you know, the controversy or whatever. That was basically it. I've never heard anyone say they actually liked it. And let's see, Crytek's Fried Chicken Emporium with the 8 months. Hello, fellow patriots. Today is my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you, man. It was a good birthday to me. I went to Golden Corral and had a good meal, though. Pretty nice. Well, happy birthday to you, dude. Glad you had a good day. Genocide King with the 2. Only my weapon understands me. The postal dude.
I can't afford this shit!
Something like that, bro. And I'm Key with the 2. You are my favorite white man. Aw, that's very nice of you to say, I'm Key. You're my favorite half black man. Aside from, you know, Barack Obama, of course. Everyone hating on Murica, and I've never felt more proud, and shit. Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, wow, nobody's lives have changed due to tariffs. Shocking. I guess that's not how you blow it up.
No reason to go there.
This is, yeah, dude, like I said, this is like leftist simulator. This is like their LARP, you know. When they say we want to punch Nazis and shit like that, it's like, you know, they would never actually do it in real life because they're a bunch of pussies, but, you know, they'd like to imagine that this is exactly what they would do if they had a chance.
Quiet.
Ugh.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Alright, so now what? Ugh. Bro, I'm starting to doze off here. Jesus. I don't even know what I'm supposed to fucking do. It's not giving me a waypoint. I don't have any objectives. Or oh, you have to kill 68 people. Jesus Christ, bro. Talk about padding. I don't know, bro. I feel absolutely nothing playing this. It's like just meh. Fuck me, dude. There's not even anyone to shoot.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
I think that's enough. Bro, I'm literally about to fall asleep. This is going to turn into a sleep stream very quickly. I'm already tired. And this shit is like literal just fucking tedium. How long have I even been playing it? Over an hour. Alright, that's good enough. Bruh. End the stream. Yeah, honestly, I probably could after that, bro. I could fall asleep right now. Play that shitty feminine. We already beat that. I don't even remember the name. The Life is Strange game with the fucking obese ginger. I don't fucking remember the name. We already beat that. Let's see. I'm not paying child support with the 2. It's not. Wait, it's impossible for Eugen and I'm Key not to recommend slop. I don't know. I'm Key is like kind of a weeb gamer. He plays that anime fighting game. I don't remember what it's called, but I don't know. He has some very interesting taste. He's also a huge fan of Nintendo, so. You have to be very jaded for this game to... What do you mean? Did that look fun to you? Like, what do you mean you have to be jaded for this game to put you to sleep? Like, what was I doing in that game that was so fucking crazy? Like, ooh, you're shooting a bunch of random NPCs and bullet sponge cops. Like, that's not fun. It gets old very quickly. Like, it's a good little 10-minute, like, oh, dude, kill all the civilians, ooh, edgy. And then it just devolves into, you know, pure tedium. Email with the 5, put Brit in timeout. Goodbye, Brit. You will be missed. We already finished the lesbian game. No, I bought it on a CD key site, so I can't refund it. It was only $3, so it's not like a huge investment. Play the Fuda Mommy game. I don't know if there is one. $3 you're never getting back. True. And like an hour and a half of my life, too. Oh, man. I was curious, what is, like, the rating of... Very positive 89%.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
The controls suck. Shooting defenseless people. If you play this game, you might need help.
All right, awesome. Thanks,
no,
nigga. All
I need
right.
a fucking line of Coke. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like literally there's no joy in killing anybody. It's just like boring. You know, the enemies slowly become well, not even slowly. They quickly become bullet sponges past the initial area. The fucking SWAT troopers just sit there and eat fucking ammo. The cops already take over half a mag to kill. Like, it never feels fun. It just feels like you're spamming the fucking left click. For no real reason at all. Dark Matter with the 11 months. So you should play Singularity or Syndicate, 2 absolute bangers from the time. Or from a better time if only gaming wasn't so shit nowadays. Big ups. Yup. There's no talent left anymore. And if there is talent, it's been stuck in the cut corner. Because they'd rather have, you know, just Death Stranding 2. That's a perfect example. Pure visual. It's just a showcase, dude. It's like literally just a tech demo. Literally just a fucking tech. That's what gaming has become now. Is a fucking glorified tech demo. You know, gameplay secondary, visuals and fucking dialogue and all that shit is the primary now. E-Man with the 2 and the gay pair. Well, I guess thanks for that. Big ups. And Sabuwu STI with the 5. Hi, Griffin. One of my coworkers gifted me a copy of Ghost of Tsushima, and I want to know what you think before playing it. I understand why people like Ghost of Tsushima. I am just so burnt out on open world Sony type games. Like, way too much dialogue for me. I'm not a fan of the setting personally, but I understand why people like it. The combat's fine for what it is. It's just not my type of game. But I understand why it has like a positive, I guess, sentiment behind it. Just not really anything that interests me. And when games like Astrobot comes out, everyone calls... Yeah, they're like, oh, it's not worth $60, or, oh, I don't want to pay for that, or, And then they're like, oh my god, a $30 Marvel skin. Well, I'm going to buy that right now. Oh my god, there's 2 of them? I'm going to get both. Like, they'll spend $60 on fucking Fortnite shit. And, you know, gawk at the idea of spending $60 on an actual video game instead of fucking, you know, booty shorts for their female Fortnite character. Shit's sad, man. You know, people will drop, you know, infinite amounts of money on dumb shit. And then bitch when an actual good game costs money. It's crazy. Bro, that shit's... Hold on, I gotta stand up. Damn, man. That shit just about put me to sleep. I gotta stand up for a minute, or else I might fall asleep, bro. I can feel myself fading even now. A genuine attempt at art? How? Bro, he literally just steals other people's ideas, puts them in the game format, and then just spams a bunch of C-tier celebrities in his games. That's it. It's a fucking walking simulator with C-tier Hollywood celebrities inside. That is literally Death Stranding. There is nothing special about that game at all. Like, people are starstruck by Kojima and just suck him off for no reason. Like, the actual combat mechanics of Death Stranding are fucking some of the worst in the third-person genre. Hands down. Yeah, let me fling my shit bottles at him. Oh, my fucking blood sacks. My piss grenades. Oh, time to drink my Monster Energy, dude. I'm low on health. Oh, now I gotta go back to my fucking room and take a shower. Ooh, I can see Norman Fetus's ass cheeks.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Tim Marco with the 279, Hotline Miami was better than Hate. Yeah, Hotline Miami's good. That's actually a fun game. I played that on my PS Vita back in the day. But yeah, Hotline Miami was enjoyable. That game has a cool concept to it. You know, it's just brutally fucking hard, but it's a pretty fun game. Genocide King revived with the 2. If we were books, would Norman read us? Oh my god. Yeah, Konami was able to reel Kojima in and force him to actually make a video game. That's the thing, is like they actually forced him to make video games. They were like, no, you're not making fucking interactive movies. Death Stranding 2 is his game of the year. I don't know. At this pace, it seems like Marvel Rivals is going to take that title. Although, when did that come out? I don't actually remember because I didn't really like it. Oh, it came out last year. Never mind. Let's see. I guess we can just go ahead and start watching videos now. Before I get too sleepy, dude. Bruh. This sleep schedule thing has fucked me. You have a physical copy of Hotline Miami for Vita, Japanese import. Nice. Alright, we'll watch this first.
You ever hear someone say, all art is
Oh, God. Speed this up.
political, or every video game is political? Oh yeah? All video games have political undertones. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay, what about, I don't know, Tetris? Yeah, tell me how stacking blocks is political. Well, did you know that the creator of Tetris didn't actually earn a single cent until a decade after its release? Or should I say, he didn't make a single ruble, because Alexei Pajitnov hailed from Russia, and Tetris was created under communism of the Soviet Union. That's right, in Soviet Russia, you don't make money from game. Soviet Russia make money from you. So in 1985, Microsoft, Atari, and Nintendo were all embroiled in a legal battle to acquire the rights to publish Tetris outside of the Soviet Union. 3 years later, what would become a timeless masterpiece and the best-selling video game of all time would come to the West. So wait, is Tetris a political game? I mean, I'm confused. My brain hurts. What the fuck is this doing here? Huh? I mean, help me out here. Is Tetris political?
The question, is this a political game, doesn't actually mean anything, because it's what does the word political mean to you?
Well, everyone's answer is...
What does the word political mean to you? That is the biggest cop-out ever.
Gonna be different. But if we want to be boring, the definition of politics is the activities associated with the governance of a country or other area. But in the realm of gaming, it feels like we hear a lot of keep politics out of video games. Stop politicizing video games. Hey, who made those videos? In the realm of gaming, political could be a story that revolves around politics, or identity politics. The depiction of world leaders, sometimes getting their heads blown off. That's fun. Can't imagine why Cuba was mad about that one. Politics in video games could be any number of things. Political parties that are represented in game, or fictional governments that might bear a resemblance to something in the real world. Politics could even apply to our favorite friend over here. Yes, Mr. Lootbox. Do you think if I open enough of these, I'll unlock some government regulations that prevent promoting gambling to children? Only time will tell. And this topic can cover everything from culture wars past and present, how games and their stories are interpreted to promote a particular message. Is that message worth promoting? Should games have a message? Which ones? How do you tell? What's up, everybody? This is the Act Man here, and today we're discussing what should the role of politics be in video games, within the confines of a game itself, and within the culture of the studio that creates it. When does politics or political messaging improve a game, and when does it make it worse? Is it about the message or its delivery? How can you tell the difference? Is all media...
Yeah, I know, Claus. He does regret his past. Because he used to make all those, like, anti-woke videos and SJWs or ruining gaming type shit. But ever since he got demonetized, YouTube probably told him to step in line.
Political? Are you fucking bored? This is a massive topic to deconstruct, and I think I know just where to start. So there's this game called Sex with Hitler, right? And no, don't go. Wait. I was just kidding. All right. So in Sex with Hitler, Hitler is portrayed as having 2 testicles when historians actually debate this. Why are you leaving? By portraying Hitler with 2 testicles, fans were... All right. Politics and video games, best place to start. So there's this game called Sex with Stalin. In the past, on this channel, we've covered how games have been politicized and criticized by various viewpoints and groups. They're too violent.
He was trained to kill with Call of Duty and other video games.
Shut your bitch ass up!
Hey, don't you dare play that Resident Evil 5, you racist.
There is only one acceptable response to a white man shooting waves of Africans for an entire video game. No.
It's in Africa.
But whenever video games are blamed for some...
There's only one response to a white man shooting black people in Africa. It's not no, it's... Yes, I don't fucking know. It's like, yeah. Welcome back to 1703, motherfucker. I don't know what year the British went into Africa or whatever. It doesn't really matter, but yeah.
Societal woe. It's usually a desperate tactic to shift the blame away from whatever the real issue is.
No
and today we're going to do something
clue.
different. We're going to discuss politics in video games. That's right. But let's go back to Tetris real quick, because none of the game's history or involvement in politics affected how fun Tetris was. Clearly, this was a game that transcended nationalities. Many of you likely never considered if Tetris was political, because it sounds...
Let me be real. Griffin Gaming has become the thing he is mocked. A woke grifter. Yeah, I'm woke, dude. Absolutely. You know, cue it.
Respect trans kids, affirm trans rights, stand with Ukraine, Black Lives Matter, trans visibility is valid.
Yeah, I agree with all of that shit.
Sounds really fucking stupid. On paper, we can't say every video game is political, but you can find deeper meaning in something if you look hard enough, and Tetris is proof of that. Like, did you notice the Moscow Kremlin at the start screen? How the fuck did I never see that before? With that being said, doesn't it seem like an injustice that Alexei was never properly rewarded for his innovation? One could look at this story and come to the...
Nah, you lived in Commyville, bro. So, you get what you vote for.
Conclusion that, well, communism has some issues.
You don't say!
While there are no overt political messages in Tetris, like Bioshock or Deus Ex, it still serves as a... Wait, Tetris. Blocks. In a communist society, we're all just building blocks, pieces of a greater whole, if you will. We have no power or agency on our own, and it's like we're controlled by some mysterious force that forces us down. And it's only when all the pieces work together as a commune that any progress is made, that we have any value. One block out of place and the whole thing crumbles. Tetris is a game about falling in line. Get back to work. I think this type of analysis is part of the fun of what we do here on YouTube. Why do you think The Game Theorist is a channel that's gotten so popular over the years? I miss Matt. A lot of this stuff comes down to interpretation. I look at this guy from Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. You know what his name is? Paul Antishin. Wait, keep politics out of my Ace Attorney games.
Politics, how tiresome.
That's why they call him the Prophet of Truth, because that's all he spits. You know, sometimes politics can add a whole new dimension and level of intrigue to an existing universe. And Halo...
Is he actually... Alright, are we actually going to get into some examples now?
See, I honestly wish we got to explore more of High Charity before it's taken over by the flood. This gigantic...
What happened to you, Griffin Gaming? You used to be a guy who criticized PlayStation fanboys, and now you are one? Okay, if I'm a PlayStation fanboy, name 2 PlayStation games I've liked this generation. Name 2 PlayStation games I like this generation. I'll wait.
Mushroom-shaped space station where a conglomerate of alien races all work together. It's kind of interesting that you see these like elite congressmen in the stands at the start, and then later on they're fighting in the Civil War. How did all these alien races come to work together? Why are the brutes suddenly shaking things up? Tell me more about the Grunt Rebellion.
The taming of the hunters, the Grunt Rebellion. Were it not for the Arbiters, the Covenant would have broken long ago.
The politics of the prophets in Halo 2 and their quest for power and dominance through religious dogma is the driving force of Halo, at least the plot, and it's the basis for their great journey. So exploring the politics of the Covenant leadership...
I can name 2, but oh yeah, the game you bought a box for, that was PlayStation game God of War? What? No, I said name 2 PlayStation games. 2 games made by PlayStation that I liked this generation. And I'll wait. Name 2.
Objectively deepened the lore of the Halo series and was a net positive. It also led to some of the best fucking drama and dialogue you've ever heard.
Tartarus, the prophets have betrayed us.
But you know, Nintendo doesn't really do political games, do they? Right, Reggie?
Making political statements are for other people to do. We want people to smile and have fun when they play our games.
And he's right. Games don't have to make a statement, nor should every game be expected to. Although, Super Mario Sunshine has quite the statement to make about climate change if you really think about it. There used to be more sunshine, and now we have all this goop everywhere. Fucking Bowser and his dumb amusement park polluting the sky with greenhouse gases. Why is the government of Isle Delfino arresting Mario and not Bowser? What the fuck is this, kangaroo court? Is this really the best place to go on vacation? Okay, I'm sorry. But when making a game about war, specifically modern warfare, are the creators obligated to include some kind of message or theme?
No!
Nope. Just follow your passions. Make what you want and what's most entertaining. But, if you're gonna cover, like, real history, you gotta try to respect that. The cold hard truth is that I don't give a shit whether or not a game has something to say, as long as that is part of the entertainment. If it detracts from that, and I'm being lectured, then I tune out. Call of Duty has always been controversial for its ruthless depiction of war.
I mean, what he's defining is the word subtlety, which I don't know why hasn't been mentioned yet, but yeah, video games are no longer subtle in their messaging.
And you know what? Sometimes America is the bad guy. Or at least the bad guy is American. I think General Shepard is one of the greatest villains the series has offered. But while Modern Warfare...
General Shepard wasn't a villain! Oh, God. Bro, anyone that thinks General Shepard is a fucking villain is an idiot. Anyone who thinks General Shepard is a fucking villain is literally a bug. You're a fucking bug.
Warfare 2 got loads of flack for some reason, I can't remember why. The Modern Warfare reboot of 2019 was controversial, ironically, because it wasn't political enough. They were taking so much heat, the developers at Infinity Ward had to make a statement about it.
Are we telling a story that has anything to do with the specific governments of any countries that we are portraying? No.
But critics felt the game purposely hid
the same people who think he's a fucking, villain would think Patton is a villain, too. So, bro, it's like crazy. Crazy shit. Yeah, no. General Shepard is a goddamn hero.
The U.S.'s involvement in the Highway of Death mission, an event where during the Gulf War the U.S. bombed retreating Iraqi soldiers and civilians. But, it's a video game and we want to sell this to Americans, so let's just say
What was he? A realistic... No! Dude, his entire fucking group of soldiers got nuked! And nobody fucking cared! He literally, the entire campaign at MW2 was him trying to fucking, basically defeat the enemies that destroyed all of his fucking men in the blink of an eye. So, that's like the whole thing. Is he wanted to wake everybody the fuck up and, show them, hey, we gotta fucking go crazy here or else, things are gonna get bad quickly. So, no, he's not a villain. They tried to retcon it, especially with the shitty new series, and make him a villain, but... He killed Ghost, Shepard. Well, yeah, Ghost is a fucking Brit. Who cares? Shepard is a goddamn American hero.
Hey, the Russians did it. You guys hate the Russians, don't you? See, I have a problem with including a mission that's based on a real event and then trying to
doesn't get any more American than killing the fucking British.
It. It seemed like Infinity Ward wanted to avoid portraying the, shall we say, questionable things the United States did during the Gulf War. And I don't know about you, but it always pisses me off when Call of Duty just is clearly pulling punches and trying to give us some pussy-ass version of war. I shot at the Nazi, that is my plan. Let's go save the Jews, guys, hooray! Speaking of, who could forget playing as my team in Call of Duty Vanguard and fighting, who? The enemy team. God.
Grandpa, can you tell me about your team? How you fought for your team in World War II?
Yeah, that's because of the operators. They couldn't have actual factions. That's going to be a thing in COD forever, unfortunately, now. They'll never be able to have real factions again because of the shitty operator system.
My team. Look at my glorious team.
No real-world military factions here, people. It's just too offensive. All right. Would you like to open some loot boxes on the beaches of Normandy?
I don't think it's because of offensiveness, but maybe. The Germans aren't very receptive to it.
Forefathers? As the series seems to continue losing respect for real military conflicts and portraying
we went from blasting Hitler speeches in the victory audio track to, you know, twerking and shit.
As accurately as I can, I too have a declining respect for Call of Duty. Call of Duty fans don't agree on much, but one thing we all agree on is that COD 4 was probably the best. And comparing it to the Modern
No.
Warfare remake, COD 4 was way more nuanced, and they intentionally avoided naming real-world countries or people because all they wanted to do at the end of the day was take the style of World War II shooter they had and change it to a modern setting. Even though COD 4 reflects real-world events, it's up to each individual player to interpret what those might mean. But there's clearly no direct political statement preached to the player. It's just pure FPS, solid entertainment, and it depicts modern warfare in a more ambiguous way. Call of Duty 4 was political by nature, not by design, and that's a huge difference that a lot of people don't talk about. What's another good example? World at War. Call of Duty World at War is fucking awesome. A masterpiece. But its politics are very far divorced from our current timeline. At least I think they are. So nothing is really controversial about its portrayal of World War II and the horrors that lay within. I think the game is as historically accurate as it can be, and it pulls no punches. World at War starts and ends with the statement it has to make. World War II was fucked up. That's it. We know who the bad guys are. However, while they show the bloodlust, vengeance, and hatred of—
But do we know who the bad guys are? Patton would disagree with you.
The Russian people. Through Reznov, Treyarch did something interesting. They added a character that showed a side of mercy, portraying World War II with more moral complexity than many other World War II games.
Turn enough! I'm not hearing gunshots!
There is no point, Sergeant. We are already bleeding to death.
Then maybe our friend will have them bleed faster.
The Nazis are bad, but are we going too far? Type shit. That's why Chernov and Reznov act as your moral guidance through the Russian side of the campaign. And the decision is on the player on whether they carry out Reznov's vengeance—
Yeah, the Russians and moral guidance—
or embrace Chernov's mercy. And you get slightly different monologues from Chernov's journal, depending on your choices.
His bravery on the battlefield is beyond question, but he has also shown mercy amidst the brutality of their enemy.
Yeah, the same army that if you took a step backwards on the battlefield, you'd get shot in the head.
His merciless brutality defines him only as a savage, just like the rest of the Red Army.
Now, as an American, we all learn about in school how communism is, well, kind of bad, which it is, but it's interesting then that between the American and Russian campaigns of World at War, American fans overwhelmingly prefer the Russian side. Reznov is just the coolest for starters, and he's in Black Ops 1. But more than that, the story where communism wins and the Soviet flag is hoisted atop the Reichstag is portrayed so fucking well, it makes you patriotic for a foreign country that doesn't even exist anymore.
As long as you live, the heart of this army can never be broken.
That is the power of storytelling. I'm convinced the only thing art needs to do is either entertain or enlighten or both. And World at War does both, and seeks only to portray World War II in the dark, gritty, morally complex—
I wonder why they did that.
—time that it was, and it did so with resounding fucking success. Some games outright promote an ideology, others avoid talking about that shit at all, and very few games make it their mission to critique a specific ideology.
I wonder why a California-based game developer created their campaign in a way to make you glorify and romanticize communism. Like I said, subtlety, but the intent is clear.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the man of the hour, Andrew Ryan, who is here to ask a question.
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow?
BioShock is unequivocally one of the greatest FPS games of all time. The concept and art direction alone are—
No, it's not one of the best. All right. First-person shooter-wise, it's not that good. Story-wise, it's very, very good. The actual shooting mechanics of BioShock are not that great.
Just fucking perfect. They really got to make a TV series or movie out of it. This is quite literally the game that started the debate on whether video games—
let's see. Claws of the 20 pesos, 6 million. What an interesting number. DSP. Did he actually say that recently?
could be called art. Personally, I think the conversation should have started with Halo 2, but that's just me. BioShock is, in fact, a direct response to the novel Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand. Now, in the book, the United States has become a dystopian hellhole burdened by endless laws and regulations that restrict people's ability to be entitled to the sweat of their brow. The book discusses the morality of pursuing your own self-interest, and it's a rejection of altruism, helping others in need instead of only looking out for your self-interest. Ayn Rand promotes the idea that capitalism, when taken to its most extreme, is the ultimate system of freedom and productivity. Regulations and wealth distribution are forces that restrict the most gifted minds and their ability to innovate in our society. Ayn Rand asserts that it is these great minds in society that keep it moving, the innovators, the intellectuals, and entrepreneurs. And if their talents are restricted, society crumbles, because so much hinges on the intellect and mind of so few. Her ultimate point was that when individuals are allowed to pursue...
Is he gonna mention Israel? I'm wondering. We'll see.
Success without any restrictions, regulation, or government interference, society thrives. And that's exactly what happened in Rapture. So Ken Levine, director of BioShock, looked at...
No! That's not... No! Oh my god. He actually doesn't even know what he's talking about. No! It was a utopia until the white man destroyed the new Israel. No! Oh, God. Yeah, I love when people talk about the story of BioShock being capitalism bad, when in reality, it's white people bad, if you really want to boil it down. Because Frank Fontaine is the one who destroys, you know, Andrew Ryan's underwater Jewish utopia, basically.
Ayn Rand's argument and said, I bet. Let's put your theory to the test. Let's see if this works. Spoilers for BioShock. It did not work.
These sad saps. They come to Rapture thinking they're going to be captains of industry. But they all forget that somebody's got to scrub the toilets. What an angle they gave me. I hand these mugs a cot and a bowl of soup, and they give me their lives.
We all know what happened in Rapture. They find a magic sea slug that gives them superpowers through a genetic substance known as Adam, but then they all get addicted. The sea slugs are limited, so some genius German scientist is like, hey, wait a minute. We can just put the slugs in orphan girls, and they'll continually produce this miracle drug, and they'll be able to recycle it. And oh, by the way, little sisters were a metaphor for stem cell research and the morality of, you know, using unborn fetuses in scientific experiments. Now, it's one thing to agree or disagree with either Ayn Rand or BioShock, but the whole point is, like, understanding what things mean. And much like Tetris, without knowing the political inspiration for BioShock's story and universe, you can still enjoy it like any other game and be totally...
Yeah, but you're missing the main political inspiration for BioShock, and that is the Jewish search for a homeland that not only embraces them, but allows them to thrive. Like, that literally is one of the most central themes of Andrew Ryan's character, is the fact that he escaped communism because, you know, his family's wealth and business was stolen by the state in communist Russia or whatever. And then he went to the United States, where then his family was once again oppressed by, you know, the evil white people and, you know, the not actual version of capitalism that the United States talks about, which, you know, we don't really have capitalism anymore. But, yeah. That was the whole point of Rapture, was Andrew Ryan creating his own civilization to be free of the oppression of others, aka the Jewish people's search for their own home instead of having to live in someone else's nation. So, like, you can't ignore that aspect of the BioShock story. You know, you could say, oh, it's about capitalism, dude. Maybe a little bit, but not really.
Immersed and enraptured in the world of Rapture. The Little Sisters could be an explicit critique of Ayn Rand and saying, okay, BioShock suggests that in Ayn Rand's worldview, even orphan children would be a commodity. Let's make money off of those suckers. One could also look at that incredible moment where you first walk into the lighthouse and you see no gods or kings, only man.
Yeah, but who is it that encourages you to kill the Little Sisters and harvest them? Is it Ryan or is it Frank Fontaine? AKA Atlas. See, this is the thing. You're missing the nuance. You have to look at it through that lens. Frank Fontaine is the objectively evil person. He is the evil person who destroyed Rapture in order to take over. He's the one that's telling you to fucking murder children and drain them of their atom because they're not even real people. Like, dude, it's just, you're missing the massive part of the story here. Frank Fontaine was manipulating you the entire fucking time. He is the villain. The evil in BioShock is Frank Fontaine. Simple as that.
Rapture is a godless city, devoid of religion and faith, and that's designed by intent. So there's no accountability from the man upstairs. As history and also Halo 2 have shown, religion can obviously be involved in politics. So when taking that out of the equation of society, do our values also degenerate? Now the neat part about BioShock is obviously the ultimate twist, but throughout the game you basically learn that you have had no free will. You've just been directed by code phrases by this mysterious voice over the radio, like so many other games.
Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
And that you never had free will. Well, except for one choice. The Little Sisters present the ultimate question of BioShock. Do you harvest Adam from the Little Sisters for your own self-interest? Do you end their suffering, or do you act altruistically and with empathy and save them? Do you, as the player, take what you can and give nothing back, or give something back and accept what you're given? These are powerful questions, I think. Now, here's the thing. I've noticed in the gaming zeitgeist, there's this like weird fixation on only enjoying media that validates your own beliefs. And truth be told, I've never popped in a game and been like, BioShock, I sure hope this is a critique of late-stage capitalism and how society needs social programs to help the less fortunate. Who the fuck thinks like that, dog? Just played a game where
society needs programs to help the less fortunate. What is he talking about?
It beat up and shoot the mutated scuba divers. Even if BioShock has a message that you ultimately disagree with, the game is still fun as shit, and you don't have to think about that. If you look for political...
Yeah, this is the thing, man. When people try to do, like, an in-depth, you know... I don't know. If you want to do an in-depth discussion on the plot of BioShock, you have to know all aspects of it. You know, BioShock is an inherently Jewish story, whether Claus wants to admit it or not. But, yeah. Let's see. Clause of the 20, he can't mention that. It would be anti-Semitic. Yeah, true. And then also the 50 morality of unborn fetuses, act man at your side, Minecraft's at least 10k babies a day. But yeah, that's the thing, is like Andrew Ryan is never actually evil in the game. Which is what so many people get wrong. The evil of BioShock is caused by the outsider, aka Frank Fontaine, who destroys the society in order to, you know, gain power. And is willing to sacrifice anything and everyone in his path. So, including manipulating you throughout the entire game. See, did you throw Oski Ferrixo to the pedophiles with the 20 pesos? Does that mean Ryan was a secular Jew? Yes, he was a secular Jew. Correct.
Messaging, you can always find it. And if you can't find it, you can just come up with some bullshit. I think what BioShock does a really good job of is showing that a utopia of the best and brightest people...
Yeah, I mean, literally, the thing where it's like, no gods, no kings, is literally a reference to, you know, being oppressed by religious Christian society in Europe. Like, that is, like, literally a direct, you know, reference to Jewish people being oppressed in, you know, religious European governments. So, yeah.
Making up society would not work, because the best and brightest people are not going to want to do the dirty blue-collar work that's necessary to keep the gears greased, the water flowing. You know, that guy that fixes the pipes and makes sure this whole place doesn't get fucking flooded? Yeah, you kind of need him in society, because this death trap of a city was built underwater. Why? Did Andrew Ryan know that people can't breathe underwater? Was he stupid? There's tons of debate to be had about, you know, the themes of BioShock. One thing that's interesting is the idea of a utopia with ultimate freedom for all ultimately can't work. Such as a...
But what type of utopia?
Society is ripe for exploitation and corruption as there are no guardrails in place to stop the main villain, Frank Fontaine. Andrew Ryan could not control or contain Fontaine without violating his own beliefs and yanking the great chain his way. So in essence, Andrew Ryan becomes the very thing he sought to leave. Regardless, I think BioShock represents politics and video games at its best, or near it. When we have something to talk about and debate, ideas and concepts to share with one another, that's when video games turn into like a fucking book club, right? BioShock 1 has one of the greatest video game stories of all time, and none of it would have been possible without political inspiration from the real world. It posed an interesting question of morality to the player. And then you had BioShock Infinite, which offered such thrilling and complex choices as, be racist or not? But now let's take a look at an
I chose to be racist.
Example where politics detracts from the experience, pulls people out of it. Dragon Age the Veilguard.
If you come across as preaching your political agenda, you're going to alienate everybody who doesn't agree with you.
About as true a statement as one could possibly say. But it's the explanation for why BioShock gets away with being explicitly political and Dragon Age the Veilguard doesn't. It's because there is no deeper meaning to analyze behind Veilguard. The characters just straight up tell you the point they want you to take away from everything. You see, the novel Atlas Shrugged and the whole time period of BioShock takes place in the far distant past, a fictional version, a believable version. So when you're trying to reach the idea of covering identity politics in a medieval fantasy game, you have to hide that a bit. Recently, EA CEO Andrew Wilson, Mr. Is This Good for the Player, came out and said that Veilguard, quote, failed to resonate with a broad audience. Why do they always fucking say that? Like, can we stop? I always feel like the implication behind broad audience is we don't have enough money. We're not making enough money. But Andrew Wilson believed that Veilguard failed because it didn't have live service features. Everyone knows BioWare and live service go hand in hand like peanut butter and jelly. Now, there's several reasons why Veilguard didn't appeal to that mythical broad audience: corporate meddling, a bizarre rebrand late in development, the 10-year gap between Inquisition not being relevant, BioWare's slow, declining overall reputation, the ongoing layoffs across the industry. But in the focus of this video, we're talking about the writing. BioWare is no stranger to writing games with a diverse cast, who represent different worldviews, religious orders, and parts of these fictional universes. So why is politics now suddenly a problem in Veilguard? Because it's written like dog shit.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
The way to get—
Well, it's not that it's written like dog shit, it's that it's preachy. And it's not subtle. And it's like you're being lectured to. Like, you literally are lectured to in Veilguard several fucking times.
Audiences to think about complex social issues is not to just beat them over the head with the point. Like, they have a fucking coming out part where Tosh just straight up says, I'm non-binary. You'd think being part of some fictional fantastical race known as the Kunari who speak a different language that they would have some kind of different foreign term for that, but no, just straight up non-binary. Oh, that's what they're going for. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, non-binary. That's a very common medieval phrase.
It's clear what the goal of the writers are, and there's nothing for us to interpret about it. It's so ham-fisted, right? And in Dragon Age Origins, you can kill every single one of your companions. Every single one. You hate one of them, tell them to fuck off. But in Veilguard, party members are like unanimous in agreement that, well, hey, guys, don't be transphobic. Being transphobic is part of the problem. When really it should be up to the player's choice if they want to recruit this companion and how they want to treat them. In RPGs, where you recruit a group of companions, there should always be at least one racist. Give me some fucking drama. People in the real world have racial tensions, and therefore, why would the same not apply to a fictional fantasy realm? Because discrimination might make people uncomfortable, even though it's realistic.
Yeah, it's like what made Avowed so fucking disgusting to look at, too, is there was no, like, homogeny between any of the groups of peoples within the game. Like, you know, the Lizard City had fucking broccoli tops and, like, fucking, you know, disgusting furries and, you know, fat, ugly women. Like, there was no actual homogeny in any of the fucking fantasy settings. They were all literally like walking down the streets of New York City and seeing a bunch of just, you know, clusterfuck nationalities and ethnic groups. So it completely destroyed your any like semblance of immersion you might have had.
And let's not pretend like the idea of some character that breaks gender norms is like inherently a bad thing. You don't have to look far in film and video games to see a deep admiration and reverence for female characters that break typical gender norms and embrace—
Like who?
The role typically reserved for masculine men.
I hate Alien. Dude, that is like one of the worst examples people
Admiration and reverence for female characters that break typical gender norms and embrace—
Dude, I fucking despise these movies. I don't understand how people like Alien. It is the most slop tier movie ever. Like, oh no, dude, they're on a ship. An alien's on the ship. Most people die, but one person survives just by, you know, the slimmest chance. Wow, dude, I never saw the ending coming. Crazy. Wow. I mean, it's just stupid, bro. It's the same copy-paste format every single fucking time. You have a group of people that encounter some fucking, you know, unknown threat. They slowly get fucking killed off. One person survives, barely manages to hold off the threat. The end. Wow. Where have I seen... Oh, literally every single fucking movie in the genre. Got it. It's just boring as shit, dude. Absolutely fucking boring. The only good Alien movie, and I mean the only good one, is Prometheus. And they ruined that because they had a good fucking subplot going. They had interesting lore. They had interesting world building. And then it fucking devolves into the exact same fucking shit. It devolves into the same fucking shit in the second half of the movie. Oh no, dude, we're all getting killed by aliens. Wow. Yep, you had an opportunity to actually make something interesting, and nope. It devolves back into the same fucking thing. The sole survivor, fucking everybody gets killed plotline. Crazy. Wild. But yeah, I fucking hate the Alien movies. I don't like Predator. I don't like any horror movie, really. Like, I don't like Terminator. All of those movies are way too fucking predictable. You know exactly how they're going to end and exactly what's going to happen the second you start watching them. It's like, yep, we've been here before. Griffin, I've never actually watched the full Titanic movie. I usually get bored and turn it off. How are they too predictable? I disagree. Well, that's because you don't have basic pattern recognition, bro. You probably don't have an inner monologue either. You can't visualize the apple. Yeah, Prometheus for the first half was like, you know, an exploration, thriller type movie. It wasn't a horror movie or the fucking typical survive the alien type movie. It was all about like discovery and exploration and uncovering the mystery. Like that part was interesting. Like I thought it was cool. And then you're just like, oh yeah. Oh no, dude, another alien stuck in a ship and everybody's dying. Hooray. And then Alien Covenant just, you know, completely ruined everything they set up in the first movie. By your logic, Final Fantasy is slot because the good guys win? No, that's different. The chain of events is not the same. Every single Alien movie starts off, a group of people are traveling through space. They uncover something that results in a big alien entering their ship, killing them off one by fucking one until the last person alive barely manages to kill the alien and escape. The end. That is literally every single fucking movie. Every single Final Fantasy does not have the exact same plot progression. So that is completely different. It's the exact same events over and over and over again. The setting might change, the characters might change, but how the events unfold are almost completely identical. It's the same copy-paste format. They just change minor variables to make you think that you're watching something different. So, Final Fantasy has a lot more variety in how the actual story unfolds. Like prime fucking example, Final Fantasy 15, your character fucking dies at the end. Final Fantasy VII, your character is alive at the end. Easy. That is a very different ending. Every single one of those fucking Alien movies is, oh yeah, dude, one person survives and woohoo. But yeah, Alien slop, Predator slop, Terminator slop. What else? I don't know. Most of it's slop. Marvel movies, that's the worst offender. That is the worst offender, bro. Marvel movies are basically the prime example of just copy-paste slop. So, there you go. All of those movies are in the same boat as Marvel.
It's the role typically reserved for masculine men. If your goal is to tackle identity politics and inclusion in video games, or really any issue for that matter, then as Trey has said,
then you will need the contrast.
Fast and Furious is definitely slow. Although the first 1 and 2 weren't that bad. But after that, yeah. Yeah. After Tokyo Drift, it fell off bad. Like, 1, 2, and 3 for Fast and Furious were different enough from each other to where it was like, okay, yeah, these are actually, you know, different fucking entries into the franchise. But 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are basically the exact same shit. So that I agree with. They became that. Not at first, but yeah. Like all things. 4 is Tokyo Drift. No, it's not. It goes, what? The Fast and the Furious. Too Fast, Too Furious. Then it's Tokyo Drift. Then it goes Fast and Furious. Then it's Fast 5, Fast 6, Fast 7, Fast 8, Fast 9, Fast 10. I think that's the order, if I remember correctly. Do you know what else is slop? There's a lot that's slop. Sports games. The modern Pokemon games. Fortnite. Anime. Anything Disney makes. Yeah, Breaking Bad's not that good. I'm not really a big Breaking Bad fan. I like Better Call Saul way fucking more than Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul is actually the good version of Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad is pretty mediocre, if you ask me. The first 3 seasons are borderline unwatchable. Yeah, Better Call Saul is great. Dexter is horrible, slop. Towards the end, yeah. The final seasons of Dexter are pretty bad. Yeah, Better Call Saul is like damn near perfection. The only part of that show that somewhat drags is like when he has to help out his brother. That's like the only parts I didn't like. But aside from that, Better Call Saul is very good. Yes, The Office is slop, bro. After season 3, The Office went to fucking shit. They ran out of jokes. It became more of a romance series than an actual, you know, dry humor comedy. See, the thing is with The Office, especially in the early seasons, it's like peak dry humor. Like, the funniest parts of The Office are not the parts where they're intentionally trying to be funny. It's like the dry humor that makes it good. But
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
But yeah, the Alien movies suck. And I'm tired of people using that as an example of why, you know, not everybody hates female leads. If female leads are like that fucking ugly whore in Alien, then yeah, no, I hate all women. Get rid of all the women if that's what it means. If we have more female leads like her, I don't want any women in my games. Absolutely not. No, I don't like Sunny in Philadelphia. That show is fucking literal just goyim shit. Like, if you have one show to point to that's like literal goyim entertainment, Sunny in Philadelphia is that. Honestly. Like, if the fucking Jewish overlords gathered together and said, alright, how do we create a show to rot the brains of goyim? It would be Sunny in Philadelphia. The Big Bang Theory? Oh, God. Yeah, that's like ultra slop. That's like, oh, like probably one of the highest tiers of slop. I'm not old, so I've never watched Friends. I might be old at heart, but not, like, actually. 2.5 Men? Never watched it. What about Rick and Morty? Put yourself in a fucking mental asylum if you watch that. Yeah, I don't watch TV, man. I don't really watch TV or movies. Wow, very bold claim to claim if you watch Rick and Morty, put yourself in a mental hospital. Jesus Christ. Well, I could say lie down on some railroad tracks. I mean, which one do you prefer? Griffin really does seem like a person most people wouldn't like to be around. Seems like he sucks the life out of the room. No, I just don't talk to people about shit. Bro, I don't like pretty much all of modern culture. I don't care about sports. I don't watch new TV shows. I don't watch new movies. I don't listen to new music. I don't like most new games. Like, culturally speaking, I am completely isolated from the fucking normies for the most part. I don't fucking like modern slop. So, I wouldn't even be talking about it with them in the first place. I have zero interest in conversating with people about fucking bullshit.
You're fucking poor!
So there you go, calling people broke, but you paid $500 for a console that barely had any content on it. Yeah, I bought an Xbox. What's your point? What does that have to do with being broke? Obviously, if I bought something, I'm not fucking broke. No, you bought a PS5 Pro that had no content on it. I have over 300 games on PlayStation. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway. We've got a resident tard in the chat.
You will need characters who despise this person's identity and what they stand for, and you, the player, should be given options to talk shit to them, as opposed to every single party member in complete agreement that, hey, discrimination is bad. We see this in Origins, right? The Kunari are basically a society of what it would look like if communism worked. Everyone's inspected at birth, they're given their role at birth, their role is their name. So what you have in Origins is this clashing of beliefs and cultures. Sten comes from the Kunari, where women are artisans and merchants, not warriors, but every female companion can talk to Sten about this. And they don't just say, wow, Sten, you're sexist. No, they say, I can fucking fend for myself. So the game is not telling you what to think or believe or who to agree with or disagree with. Both characters are making their respective points, and it's up to you to decide who makes more sense. That's how it should be. But if this were Veilguard, they would just accost Sten and be like, pull above, you did a sexism. So now I want to talk about the trick to writing politics in video games, because it is a magic trick, and there's no better source to go to than Chris Avalon, one of the main writers for two of my favorite games of all time, Knights of the Old Republic 2, Fallout New Vegas, and several others. This is what he said in an article titled, Can Stories Be Apolitical? He says, quote, they may become political as societal norms change, but I believe it's possible to do apolitical games. I also don't condemn developers who want to do political games or make a statement. I think a game is served better by asking a question, provide a range of perspectives on the question, but then leaving the answer to the player. I try to frame any politics in the parameters of the world, the lore, and the franchise. This is what Veilguard does not do. It frames it within the context of our modern real society, not that of Dragon Age. Chris goes on to say, the reason I take this approach is because I view games as...
I don't even think that's the problem. It's the fucking lecturing. I mean, the fact that there's even fucking non-binary people in a fucking fantasy setting is retarded. Because in a world with fucking magic and shit, there's not a need for fucking retard gender shit.
entertainment. If you're purposely pushing an agenda or point of view in your game, especially a real-world one that's clearly divorced from the game world, and you're dictating that perspective as correct versus asking a question or examining the perspective more broadly, then it's left the gaming realm and the game has become a pulpit. A pulpit being a raised platform or lectern from which a preacher delivers a sermon. I think a game, especially a role-playing game, can have considerable amount to say by examining what the player brings to the equation and players asking themselves what kind of character and what kind of player they are when confronted with a situation that's not clearly black and white. That is the magic trick of writing politics in video games. It is maintaining the illusion that the player doesn't know what the writers think or believe. That you're not...
No! People play fantasy games to get away from this type of shit. The only people that want to be reminded of it are literal fucking propagandists. That's it. That's it. It has nothing to do with player choice. It shouldn't be in the fucking game at all. Simple as that.
Not being dragged to what the writers think is the correct position to have. And no game does this better than our last example, Fallout New Vegas. When it comes to writing politics in video games, this is the king. Think about this. New Vegas is written so fucking well. You can be convinced to support slavery and genocide as morally virtuous. God, I love New Vegas. Ugh.
Smell that air!
So, the premise of New Vegas is that nuclear warfare has devastated the world. What Las Vegas...
Bro, what the fuck are you... It's not a console war. There was never a console war to begin with. Just people were bragging about what people had, and they're like, okay, I don't really care, and Griffin Gaming has been doing that. Have you been doing crack, bro? Because, like, your fucking brain is, like, not functioning. Maybe meth? I would say heroin, but I don't think so. You're typing too quickly. What in the fuck are you talking about?
Las Vegas has remained as one of the major strongholds that represents a society that has lived above anarchy. Problem is, multiple factions seek power, leadership, and rule of the game's central hub.
Crack baby, I guess.
The New Vegas Strip. The main quest of the protagonist, the Courier, you, revolves around which political regime you decide to help and install as the new superpower of Vegas. And it's up to the various NPCs and leaders to convince each individual player that, oh, NCR is the best choice. No, Caesar's Legion will be the strongest, but Mr. House is already familiar. Fuck it, let's choose anarchy. That's why this game works so well. Because, you know, obviously...
Maybe learn how to... My guy, are you really telling other people to learn how to read when your fucking retarded ass doesn't even know how to punctuate a fucking comment in a YouTube chat? You put a period between the first part of my username and the second part instead of a fucking space. Every single time you type it, you fucking retard. Holy shit. Go ask your fucking mom to beat you again so that maybe she can knock some fucking sense into you this time. Dear God.
Obviously, slavery is bad.
I just hate slavery so much. If I could go back in time and undo slavery, I would.
However, the issue of a nation and world devastated by nuclear fallout presents an unprecedented series of circumstances.
Listen to this. Coming from the retard as you. What the fuck does... That's not even English, you fucking inbred dipshit. Holy fuck. Oh my God. What the fuck are you even typing? You're not even human.
The world is in chaos right now. Society has essentially had a factory reset, so in order to fight the growing anarchy and chaos, fear must be spread throughout the wasteland. And that is what Caesar and his legion do. That is what they epitomize. The ends justify the means. Let's look to the longest lasting civilization of human history and replicate their beliefs and their style of government.
I used Imperial Rome as the model for my legion precisely because it was so foreign, so alien. In Rome, I found a template for a society equal to the challenges of the post-apocalyptic world, a society that could and would survive.
In pretty much any other fictional universe, the Legion would be seen as the obvious villains. But in Fallout, the world we knew it is gone. The rules have changed. What pillar of strength does humanity fall back on? And so much progress has been lost and destroyed. So reverting back to the beliefs and governance of the longest-lasting civilization in human history, it's not a moral decision, it's a pragmatic one. Unite the people through force and fear, abolish the anarchy and chaos, and then we can worry about human rights, maybe.
Until now, every tribe I've conquered has been so backwards and stunted, enslavement has been a gift bestowed upon them. My conquest of the Mojave will be a glorious triumph, marking the transition of the Legion from a basically nomadic tribe to a genuine empire.
Throughout the game, you'll meet NPCs who...
Dude, you're not even making a criticism because no one can understand what the fuck you're typing. No one understands what your so-called criticisms are because you're not typing in fucking English. You're taking English words and just loosely stringing them together with whatever the fuck punctuation you decide to use in that particular instance. Whether it be a period or a space or whatever the fuck. Nobody even knows what the fuck you're talking about. What criticism are you even talking about, bro? No one can fucking read your retarded ass comments. You're not even typing in fucking English. Oh my god. Like, are you that fucking stupid? Oh, you can't take credit. There is no criticism. No one can fucking read. It's like literally a bunch of incoherent words just slapped together, and you're like, oh yeah, you're just intentionally missing the point. No, you fucking tard. You need to learn how to type a fucking sentence. You have failed in your attempt to type in a normal manner. You are the one to take. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Are you if you... Dude, listen to yourself. Are you if you clearly look back in the chat? Are you if you clearly look back in the chat? What the fuck does that mean? Nothing. I clearly buried you by roasting you, and the fact how... Wait, roasting you and how the fact that you did not review a game? What the fuck are you even talking? Review a game. I don't even fucking know. You're like actually a literal retard, bro. God's honest truth. The special ed students at my fucking schools made more sense than the shit you're putting in this chat right now.
Give their reasoning for why you should support one faction over the other, and vice versa. By going with Mr. House, you're sticking with the status quo. A man who has the most experience governing this area in this time, but you're also embracing a man who's unwilling to change his mind. An ancient, old, withering tycoon far removed from the daily struggles of the everyday common man. Is this guy really the best choice? He sits locked in his palace and preaches about getting humanity back on the right track, but is he only doing that for his own self-interest? Is he shrugging Atlas? Choosing Mr. House is the choice of an autocrat, the worst kind, one who can live forever with the power of technology that he hoards for himself, and defend any attack on his body with robots. Big Brother is always Mr. House is always watching.
What I said was that you don't know how to review a game. How do you review a game, you fucking inbred dipshit? I'll let you in on a little secret, dude. When you review a game, you tell people what you think about it. There is no blueprint for how to review a game. Reviewing a game is as simple as saying, I liked this game because of this, 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 and this. I didn't like this, 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 and this. Wow! Oh my god! You are a literal fucking retard, bro. Honestly.
That being said, he knows New Vegas better than anyone, and his robot army is certainly capable of establishing peace and order through threat of force. Lastly, the NCR is the I have hope and faith in democracy.
I'm not sped because Griffin Gaming doesn't know how to read. You want to call sped, he sped. Are you trying to sound like a fucking caveman? He sped. If you want call sped, he sped. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooga booga, me a retard. Me got hit with boulder in head, and me no speak English. Like, are you actually fucking dumb? Honestly. Maybe English is not his first language? Then he should fuck off from whence he came. You know, go crawl back into whatever third world hellhole he comes from. I don't know. English is my first language, dumbass. Then talk like it is. Talk like it is. Can't believe an illegal Oh my god, bro. He using Twitch lingo, bro. Yeah, go fucking watch Kai Cenat, bro. Go join the other screeching retards if you want that type of energy. Look at the link. That's him wearing a mask in September. Oh my god. Hold on. We'll see.
Guys, look at that. The red sun, bro. And like for real, like the sun looks like something out of a horror movie, dog. Like Night of the Creeps and shit. Like for real.
It's called a sunset.
Though, like Night of the Creeps, El Gato, bro. Night of the Creeps, El Gato. Bro, we gotta do the fake reaction, Mr. Beast, bro. Mr. Beast, the red sun Mandela, bro. Y'all can see the red sun right there. I'm gonna be walking to school.
Are you saving grandma by wearing your mask?
Cool, but we got footage of the red sun. Got more news coverage than Elon Musk. You got more news coverage than CNN 10 right there. The red sun. I don't know. It smells like a candle out here, y'all. I don't know if a fire happened, but we got a red, bright sun. And this is reminding me of Night of the Creeps from the 80s. And the reason why is because something from Mars affected Earth. So I hope that's not reality. I hope people don't start turning into dust, bro. But
dear God. Oh my God. So while you all are on the spectrum, do you really think you have any right to try and claim anyone else is on the fucking spectrum? Do you really think you have the right to claim that anyone else is on the fucking spectrum after that shit? I'm not special, shut the fuck up. Yeah. Yeah. I believe it, dude. Yeah, you're definitely not special. Because a normal person, while walking down the sidewalk, decides to film themselves for 3 minutes talking about how red the sun is. That's a completely normal activity that the average human being engages in, I'm sure. I mean, I can count on 0 fingers the number of times I've ever felt the need to do that, but... oh my. I'm basically saying, all the year, all our father, this child's. Boo. And it sounds like you need to stop. Wait, it sounds like you need to stop getting dick in your mouth. Oh, are you familiar with what that sounds like? I bet. I bet you're very familiar with what that sounds like, bud. Was it your dad or your uncle? I'm just curious. You know, sometimes the special boys get taken advantage of by those closest to them, and I think that's absolutely terrible, but, you know. So you're bringing up my personal trauma like it's relevant? Bro, he just admitted he got raped by his dad or his uncle. Let's fucking go. Did it feel good, though? Did it feel good, though? Oh my god, bro. Like, you don't want to try this with me. I don't care. I don't fucking care. You are a nothing. You don't fucking exist. You're not a real human being. You're a fucking retard on the internet. Do not fucking start this shit if you don't want to finish it. That's all I could say. If you don't care, then why do you keep responding? Because, dude, I'm just trying to engage with your superior intellect. You're making so many great points, bro. I don't want to be accused of dodging your amazing expose of my hypocrisy. You belong in the kitchen. No spaces, by the way. Yeah, at least we know it wasn't the... Man, it's really crazy to see a man with a big eagle who's really... Do you mean a big cock? I think you got your birds wrong, bro. I don't know, bro. This is entertaining for the time being. Damn, Griffin Gaming's crying. It's true, man. It's true. My heart breaks for what you had to go through, man. No one should have to go through that. Especially someone as vulnerable as you. D star 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 star. He tried to use my trauma as a weapon, and I used his personal trauma against him, which all let me be real. You probably got, something happened to you when you were younger man. No, I've never been raped by another man. I could say that very, very securely. I have no history of being molested by another guy. Nope. Sorry. Imagine going personal because you disagree with... Oh, yeah, you coming in here saying you're a fucking retard, you're a fucking hypocrite, blah, blah. Yeah, you got personal. Yeah, fuck off, dude. If you want to start hurling insults, you're the one who made it personal. So, boo fucking who. You're the one that called me the cocksucker. So don't be mad that I was able to reveal some hidden trauma based purely off of intuition. Oh, look, it's the big bad baby who's crying right now, who got insulted. Maybe here's your banky. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to fucking do? Here's your banky? Like, yeah, I guess.
Give me monies!
Sure. Oh my god. No, but I'm not wrong, though. He's crying. Yeah, dude, in literal tears. Ah, look, Griffin, my little pog champ. Is he gay for me now? I got schooled? Bro, you need to get schooled on how to type in English. Because holy fuck, you're failing on all fronts. He's not a big eagle. He's a cry baby. Does he actually... I mean, I would just assume that most people wouldn't think that, but does he think that I'm actually an animal? I don't know. I guess I'm like one of those talking animals he sees in his favorite TV shows. Barney. I didn't say you were you just said I'm not a big eagle. You absolutely just fucking did. Have it, you don't. Have very good, you don't. Have very good copy, you don't. Have very good coping skill, you don't. Have very good coping skills. So I don't have very good coping skill, but I have very good coping skills? Oh my god. Yeah, dude, when you read those stats where it's like, 40% of kids can't read and write at like a 3rd grade level, I'm guessing we're witnessing that on full display right here. But even then, I feel like I was better at writing in 3rd grade than this. Probably in kindergarten. Alright, I think he's outweighed his usefulness at this point. Alright. Well, we'll see if he comes back tomorrow, but for now, get that ass banned. Or at least timed out for now. Now go to your room, young man. It's bedtime. Lights out. But yeah, there we go. Alright, let's finish this up.
Choice.
That was entertaining while it lasted.
Noble, relatable goal on the surface, but as time passes, you start to see all of the inefficiencies of the NCR.
Jesus Christ.
How quickly they're also willing to annihilate opposing factions without a second thought. Wait, what? You want me to kill the entire Brotherhood of Steel? By choosing the NCR, are you choosing something that is in the process of failing? Are you just foolishly clinging on to hope that the ways of the old world can work out here in the wasteland? They're all questions for you to figure out. But New Vegas is the premier example of politics done right in video games, especially in RPGs, because we can freely discuss and debate the morality of our choices within the context of the game. I think it's important, especially for RPGs, and it would have made Veilguard better if the game lets you be a piece of shit. And that's fun. Shut up, bitch. Stop preaching morality to me. I'm role-playing as a dickhead. Each faction in New Vegas struggles in different ways that match the flaws of their ideology, and it really comes down to what each individual player responds and is receptive to. Do you trust in the status quo? Have faith that democracy will work? Or say fuck all that noise? Like any form of media, politics aren't...
No, he talked like English was his first language in his video. I think it's like that phenomena where you have a large portion of, young adults who literally don't know how to read and write because they were in public school or are just genuinely fucking stupid.
Integral part of video games. But nobody wants politics to be an integral part of every video game. You can find deeper meaning if you look for it, but thank you, Nintendo, for letting me wash goop off the walls without preaching to me about the negative effects of climate change. Yes, thank you, Fallout New Vegas, for letting me roleplay as a terrible person without feeling like one in the real world. Politics in video games is not a matter of making a statement, but rather, as Andrew Ryan put it, asking a question.
Ah, yes, block him like you do comments. I can do you too. Here you go. Enjoy your 5 minutes.
So, is all art political? No. Art is what you make of it. Art is not what you see, it's what you make others see. Thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like if you did, and don't forget to subscribe to the Ag Man for more awesome content. Thanks to all my supporters on Patreon. I love you so much. If you want to support the channel, that's a great way to do it. We covered a lot of territory in this video, so let me know your thoughts.
This is a big fat nothing. It could have been summed up by subtlety is dead. Let's see. New generation of the 5 update on with the man dating Pokey. Let's see if I can click on this.
Hello everyone, a bit of an update. So basically here is what's going on. I was at a hospital. They would not take care of me. They basically had kicked me out. And
all right, awesome.
Twice.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
The second time that I went there, I basically had enough. I told them that I was not leaving. So guys, here is the situation that's going on right now. Long story short, Iman did not show up today. Yesterday. I'll be honest with you guys, she's a bit nervous to meet me, and she's told me several things. Basically, she is all right. Pokemon is all right. So they basically kicked me out of the hospital, and police showed up and brought me down to this mental health facility. I'm not necessarily here to get help or anything like that. It is for housing purposes.
Nah, he just needs a lobotomy.
Yes, Pokemon does love me. She does love me. But she's a bit nervous to meet with me because she says I'm a real man. And it's hard for her to get near me because she's shy about it. That's basically what's going on, guys. Hold up, I don't need you to see my notifications.
Bring back lobotomies.
She's nervous to see me, nervous to meet me. Which is the reason. No, I don't need help, you're right. I'm here for housing purposes. Now, this is the situation that's going on, guys. Iman is doing witchcraft. And so is her friends. They're all doing witchcraft. Everyone that you know and love that you've been watching has been doing witchcraft. The reason I know is because we've been talking for a long time now. We've been laughing, having fun, and doing everything. In fact, guys, I'm bringing Iman on this stream with me. Now, she's not going to physically be on the stream, but she's spiritually going to be on there. So I'm going to talk to her right now, and that's what I said I was going to do, so that's what we're doing. So bear in mind, guys, you're not going to hear her, but I'm going to let you guys know what she's saying. Okay, you ready, Iman? Mm-hmm. She says she's ready. Okay. So, Iman, how long have we been dating? Mm-hmm. She says we've been dating for 4 months, which is exactly how long we've been dating, since October of 26 of last year. Babe,
do you know what's sad? Is this guy probably could articulate better in the chat than the cretin we just dealt with.
Would you say that this has been a wild ride since we've been going out? Mm-hmm. She does agree about that. She said, yes, it has. Guys, I want you to ask your questions that I can ask her. Do you have any questions for Pokemon? Let me know right now so I can ask her.
Is it pink?
Guys, come on now. I know you got questions. No, it's okay. It's okay, guys. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll be fine. So, babe, I I know this has been a long day and everything. She said, yes, it has. After she loves you. Babe, do you love me? She does say she loves me. Any other questions, guys? Let me know. Come on, get it in now before I go in there. Even her friends saying that she loves me. Excuse me, that they love me as well. Let me talk to someone else right quick. Aria, how you doing? Aria says she's doing okay. So Aria,
let me just go ahead and read the rest of these super chats real quick too before I forget. Tim Marco with the 279. Griffin loves Glee. Confirm. The fuck? No, I do not. David Delight with the 2. Sold my Xbox. Bought a PS5 yesterday. Nice, bro. Hope you're enjoying the Switch. And Sadness Hope with the 2. Can I get a Dreamcast guy 7 in? Oh, absolutely.
7 inches? That's pretty big. This is a big ol' beefy boy.
And Juthro Oski Ferrix OT, the pedophiles with the 50 pesos. This dude is as retarded as the dude I read saying that the Batman Reddit Riddler and his men weren't political. Yeah, that was obviously the biggest fucking allegory for, you know.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
White men. You know, just in general, but, you know. Notice nothing, you know, obviously art doesn't echo reality, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's why when people say The Batman is like this amazing movie, and typically they're like the anti-woke people, it's like, are you kidding me? Bro, that's like one of the most politically charged superhero movies ever. So, I don't know, man. I strongly disagree with that sentiment that it's, like, amazing. And E-Man with the 5 put Juthro in timeout.
A very low IQ person.
And also with the 5, mute him again. Alright. There we go. Juthrowoski, Ferris OT, the pedophiles at the 20 pesos. By the way, an anti-woke user said what I told you. Oh, I can imagine that. I don't understand why they all shill for that movie. It's actually pretty funny. People just don't have standards anymore, which is the problem. You know, they're so used to getting shit that when something is slightly above shit, they think it's amazing. So, the Overton window has shifted quite a bit.
How long have you been doing witchcraft? So, Aria is basically saying she's been doing witchcraft all her life. And guess what, guys? I actually met her when I was younger. When I was a child myself in high school. Well, yeah, in high school. I actually saw her when I was younger. And this is a long time ago, so it's
Dwayne Tyrone.
not like that now. They used to live in the same complex that I used to live in, back on Beach Nut, back in 2000, basically in the 2000s. We used to live in the same apartment complex, Aria and Iman. But I didn't know them at the time, and apparently they've been watching me. Do you and Pokimane want kids? Babe, do you want any kids? She is saying she does want kids, which is exactly what we've been talking about. What do you mean by witchcraft? What do they do? Okay, so witchcraft is basically a way of communication as well as through manipulation and spells. Aria, I know you're still streaming right now. You're still asleep? So here's the thing, guys. Aria is still streaming. You can check her stream right now. She is sleeping, but she can still talk to me, which is pretty cool. Is Pokemon doing the witchcraft or someone else? She is doing it. She is doing witchcraft, and she wanted me to say it. She wanted me to announce that to you guys. She was a bit shy to say it, but she is doing it. So, yeah. Yeah. And who am I speaking with? All right, guys, Tectone is coming in the chat. Yes, Tectone. What do you want to know? There's a reason that I'm doing this right now, because I want to let you guys know that I pretty much appreciate you guys and what you've done for me in my career as a streamer and content creator, especially during OTK Top Streamer.
Raging Boar with the 20, mute E-Man. Alright. Can do.
Me and you haven't
He's
always
definitely off his
seen eye to
meds.
eye because you like my meatloaf.
Or he never had him in the first
it's
place.
It's not that. What was it then? Oh, Tecton's calling me boring. Well, bald. Yeah, it is Tecton. He's messing with me. You know, I'm messing him back since he talked about my meatloaf. Anyone else, guys? Anyone else want to say something? Okay, we got Lily Pichu in the chat now. What do you want to say, Lily? So Lily Pichu says hi, everyone. So Lily Pichu is letting everyone know that I'm a beautiful individual, and she says that that all of them loves me, and I appreciate them too. They've been wonderful friends to me, even though they stole my water. And as for that necklace you guys saw, I did buy that for Iman. But she kind of told me to return it, which I did. But I did post it as well to let you guys know that is something that I did. Lily Pad, is that you, Lily? So guys, I'm not going to make this too long. Look, babe, I would like to let this go a long time, but I have to go get checked in and everything and go to sleep. I'm tired. What about you? When she says she's not tired. So, I want to thank you guys for coming on the stream with me. As for the streams I was supposed to do tomorrow, guys, I'm supposed to do some interviews, but I'm only in here voluntarily, and I think they're getting ready to call me in there, so I gotta go, guys, and I'll talk to everyone later. Thank you for that.
Jesus Christ. The mental health epidemic, bro. The mental health epidemic. We can watch Colt's video.
If you're an Xbox fan, Xbox is set to completely change the gaming landscape, melding the convenience of consoles with the cutting-edge technology, power, and rendering capabilities to make games truly come to life. The next Xbox console is in development right now, and the studios will begin building their next industry-defining creations. This is Xbox's next-generation hybrid console PC.
Shadow Band account with the IDR 50K. I got a 40-hour-a-week job on top of my current 30, all remote, which is very rare, one step closer to success. May drop more because I can now. Well, I appreciate it, man. Well, and congratulations on your second job. That's nice if it's all remote, because that gives you, you know, a lot more freedom than having to be locked inside of a building for a certain amount of time. So, very nice.
I'm just gonna say it, since you're talking shit about me with your big fucking ugly mouth. You're all hateful, fucking racist bigots. Fuck you and fuck your fucking podcast.
I tried every single one of these, and not only did I think that they were all delicious, I also loved how creamy and smooth the drink's texture was. I actually looked forward to drinking Soylent every day.
Imagine if that was fit. Well, you can't send that much. The max amount of a super chat you can send, I believe, is 500 pounds. I believe. So 500 pounds is the highest amount any super chat can be, to my understanding. I don't think it's 800. It's closer to like 600 or something like that. But yeah, you can only send like $500 at a time.
Back in early 2024,
Let's see. Raging Boar with the 2, I think he was practicing witchcraft. Yeah. I don't fucking know. I mean, I guess Pokemon's worth it, right? Joseph Silver with the 2. I remember when Young got that soy spot. Yeah, that was so unexpected, dude. That was so unexpected. I remember we were watching that video, and then out of nowhere, he's talking about fucking Soylent. Like, Jesus, bro. That was, like, one of the most funny things. Like, I was not expecting that at fucking all. I thought it was a parody at first.
Xbox leadership promised to bring the biggest technical leap in gaming history with their new console and partnership with AMD's proprietary future-proof technology. With Microsoft and the latest onboard silicon, games are going to run faster, smoother, and sharper than ever before. The Xbox brand cannot truly compete with a conventional console moving into the next generation, and insiders have described their next hardware push to be more like a PC, with all the latest and modern AMD software and hardware pairings. Xbox has been partnering with AMD to build a custom, bespoke system on chip, which will become one of the most powerful integrated CPU and GPU combinations, even rivaling modern desktop PCs. The AMD roadmap positions Xbox to leverage the power of Zen 5 processing and AMD's RDNA 5, or possibly UNDA graphics architecture, with onboard dedicated cores to render real-time and lifelike ray tracing, physical-based lighting models, and immersive interactive and reactive physics modeling. x86 architecture paired with modern AMD hardware and software will truly bring games to life. Advanced rendering techniques, realistic modeling, lighting, and immersive characters that organically interact, react, and in real time adapt to player control, combat, and changing environments. This is all possible thanks to AI render cores and processing that allows developers to create lifelike characters and gameplay mechanics. Current hardware has not enabled the advancement of game development to truly bring worlds to life. Xbox is pairing AI neural processing and futuristic hardware tech to unlock the potential in next-generation games. Digital Foundry expects the next Xbox to utilize software machine learning such as Microsoft's new proprietary Auto SR, in-house with first-party games, or move up to the upcoming FSR 4.0, which has seen a 2 times increase in frame rates, while retaining the same visual quality or increasing it to look as clear as native 4K. Path tracing hardware support will be a standard feature built into render cores of the Xbox Hybrid. This means that real-time reflections.
Dude, all of this shit is just buzzword garbage. Remember, you know, the Series X was supposed to have all this type of shit, and then we had to wait for the tools, wait for the tools, wait for the tools. Well, the tools never arrive. It's just, I don't understand this constant need to hype up every single aspect of something that you don't even fucking know if it's going to materialize at launch or not.
Realistic lighting and shadows as well as global illumination will all be fully rendered in real time, something that can only be achieved right now on a $2,000 desktop PC. This is a very demanding hardware feature that can take up much of the performance budget when developers port their games, but having dedicated RT cores, much more advanced and more powerful than current consoles, paired with 2 times more performance with software optimization, you're already starting to see a massive technological leap. The next Xbox console is expected to be around 2026 or 2027. It's rumored to feature advanced AMD hardware. Expect AMD Zen 5 processors, likely with RDNA 5 graphic architecture, and possibly a dedicated neural processing unit for AI-enhanced gaming. Microsoft is aiming for the, quote, largest technical leap ever in console hardware. This clears up ghosting and artifacting and reconstruction of alpha smoke and particle effects, clearer and sharper intended graphical representation, while freeing up rendering budgets to allow higher frame rates with better details overall at 60 FPS or even 120 FPS. FSR 4 in the future Xbox is just a software solution, and alone it is a literal game changer with sharpened 4K-like imagery at high 60 to 120 FPS frame rates. But Xbox has something even more advanced in mind. Neural processing. This refers to a type of computation that is inspired by the human brain. It uses artificial neural networks to process data, enabling tasks like image recognition, language translation, and even real-time decision-making in gaming, giving the Xbox Hybrid a brain to optimize performance and enhance each aspect. Neural rendering, neural texturing, neural materials, radiance cache, texture compression, all of this with cooperative vector API. With Microsoft's hardware tensor core shaders, all could be translated to AMD technology in the future hardware set. But how much would a future-proof, advanced console like hybrid PC cost in 2027? 2 things to be concerned about are the price and the future rendering backed by AI upscalers. Getting this level of power and performance in late 2027, you would expect it to be around $700 or $800. Higher margin platform services such as Microsoft reported for the next generation means that Xbox will no longer sell their consoles at a loss, being a hybrid PC with far more access to gaming features beyond a traditional console. So why not then just build or buy your own gaming desktop PC? The next Xbox console will be a hybrid, meaning it'll have a universal Windows and Xbox dashboard that'll give you full access to PC games across different storefronts, as well as enhanced Xbox console games, giving you full control over graphics and performance, something that has never been seen before on console. This new universal Windows Xbox dashboard will be built on Win32 API, meaning it'll be more streamlined.
Oh, God. Yeah, more streamlined, I'm sure, because Microsoft is so good at improving their UIs. But, dude, it's just, this is... Why do they set themselves up for failure with this type of speculation? It's just idiotic.
streamlined for developers, but most importantly, compatible with your Xbox legacy console library. And even better, allowable for licensing, meaning access to your game's entitlement, ownership, and cross.
Yeah, we know that this... Oh, look at that. Final Fantasy VII Remake. The cope, bro. The absolute cope. But yeah... Helldivers 2. Oh my god. Oh, it's glorious, bro. The fucking pure cope. It ain't gonna happen, bud. Dude, look at this shit. Added additional clothing options for screenshot mode. Buster Sword no longer busts a nut. Red 13 will now roll over for a belly rub. Limit breaks now trigger more often due to stupid timed exclusive deals. Extra polish has been added to the Xbox release and has unlocked boob fit. Yeah, on Microsoft's platform. Yeah, right. Dude, this is like the most Redditor shit ever.
Cross progression with console and PC with this hybrid. This means the Xbox Hybrid can function as a gaming and media device in the living room, while also giving you full access to Windows 11's home experience on a TV or monitor, giving you access to Steam, Epic, GOG, Ubisoft, EA Storefront, PC games, while also giving you the full functionality of a home desktop PC from Office all the way to TurboTax. Simply put, the Xbox Console Hybrid PC would give you access to more games than any conventional PC due to its integration of native Xbox console titles. That includes hundreds of back-and-pack games that are no longer available digitally on PC. Jez Corden of Windows Central said, quote, "I've recently been told that the Xbox's next-gen console hardware has now moved past its early pitch stages and has been fully approved and costed all the way up the chain. I doubt we'll see a reveal of their hardware strategy anytime soon, but what is perhaps more interesting to me is how Xbox will seek to entice developers to support its efforts on PC. So far, developers have completely shunned the Microsoft Store for delivering their PC games, which doesn't seem sustainable if Microsoft is to maintain its own ecosystem," close quote.
So there you go. They're not going to have Steam on the next Xbox. If Microsoft is trying to entice developers to support its efforts on PC, that means that they're going to force you to use the Microsoft launcher for PC games. So if you port your PC games to the Microsoft launcher, they will be able to be played on the Xbox. That is what's going to happen. Microsoft is not going to give up direct sales to consumer. That is where you make your money on fucking console. If everyone can buy their games on Steam, Microsoft is not getting a cut of those sales.
What Jez Corden is talking about is Steam being one of the premier places to play games on PC. But if Xbox gives you access to all of the PC storefronts and allows you the flexibility to play your console-based games on a PC and change the settings according to the new hardware, it could be a literal game changer.
No, it literally would not be a game changer. It would be business as usual because they would just keep making the games for Steam if everybody can access them on Steam. They're not going to give a fuck about the Xbox, fucking storefront. It won't even be a priority.
The next Xbox...
Like, what is he even talking about?
Console is also launching with a brand new dynamic immersive haptics controller. This controller has a lift to wake feature with gyro controls and multi-size motors in the housing to mimic rumble and audio waveform micro haptic feedback that will bring games to life, and best of all, will be fully backward compatible with older games to give you full haptic feedback experience on all of your games across Xbox and PC library. And this all is supported via software. This new console will also integrate many of the elite features, making it a premier controller that is meant to be sold to fans that are playing across Xbox console, PC, and all other devices. The Xbox console PC hybrid form factor takes the generations and competition with PlayStation out to the living room or gaming space with an aesthetically pleasing and functional desktop PC that also plays everyone's games. Xbox knows this. They understand that they can no longer compete against PlayStation directly, and console sales have instead been shuffled to meet the rising demands of players' monthly active users and franchise longevity by providing games to hundreds of millions of players. The next Xbox console is set for holiday 2027, and it's too soon to expect a reveal of the hardware in 2025. But according to recent leaks, the next Xbox hybrid PC development kits will be used for games coming out next year. If Xbox wants to capture the hardware market, also expanding their games to more players, the hybrid PC is a far better solution than a conventional console. If Xbox can price point the PC hybrid for under $800, they may capture some of the PC gamer market as well. With neural
Nope. Dude, if Microsoft comes out with a $800 to $900 console and Sony comes out with the PlayStation 6 for $500, it is over. Like, you're not even selling Wii U numbers at that point. You're not even going to sell Wii U numbers. You will make the Wii U look like a runaway success at that point.
Processing, AI cores, software fidelity and frame rate boosts, and future-proof technology. The next Xbox hybrid console sounds super promising, and with access to almost every single game, it looks like Xbox's next generation will be worth waiting for. This is CopeEastWood. Thank you so much for checking out this video. If you've watched the channel for a while, I've talked a lot about Xbox hardware and where they're going in the future, and especially it's been strange watching over this past year where they have pushed away from really supporting the console, and I think the only thing they could do at this point in the future is to make their device more like a PC and give us more access, more freedom, and more flexibility in how we play those games than just one piece of plastic. If you ended up enjoying this video, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel. Hit the bell to be notified of new weekly content. If you want to further support what we're doing here on the CopeEastWood channel, you do that by hitting the join button below. That'll get you early access for videos, monthly merch giveaways like this, and so much more. Also, check out the Patreon. There we have several tiers where you can join with the community, get early access to videos, giveaways, and even the super class if you want to learn how to do production, design, and so much more. Also, check out the XNC podcast every Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll be talking about the gaming news, insider stuff, talking about previews for games. There's a lot to talk about and a ton of games to cover here in early 2025. But let me know what you think about the Xbox console hybrid PC. What are you expecting? How will it look like? How much will it cost? Yeah, that's what I want you. Write that in the comment section. How much you think this console PC hybrid is going to cost. And while you do that, and you're in that comment section,
it's probably going to be $700 to $800 because if it's a actual PC, then it's going to have to be like $700 to $800 minimum. Otherwise, it's going to be a literal fucking potato. I mean, think about the ROG Ally. That's $800. Like, dude, it's going to be a disaster. But we'll see, right? I guess it can't really get much worse for Xbox at this point. Oski Woski with the 2. I just woke up from an awesome nap. Lucky. What I miss? Not really too much. Just a literal fucking mouth breather who could not type English, who was calling everybody else a retard and accusing them of ignoring his points and calling them hypocrites. Then he called me a dick sucker, and then we uncovered the fact that he was molested by either his uncle or his dad. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my, bro, like the audacity for that dumbass to be calling people, you know, retarded or speds or hypocrite. Like, oh my god. And then accusing them of not, you know, addressing his arguments when he wasn't even making clear English sentences to where you could even understand what he was getting at. But yeah. Quite sad, isn't it?
I can't afford this shit!
Daryl with the 5, even if Final Fantasy VII Remake is coming to Xbox, they won't buy it day one, and expecting it to be on Game Pass day one, they wonder why it's not coming to Xbox. Well, I don't even think I think Sony has some sort of exclusivity deal on Remake Part 1 and 2, because, you know, PlayStation's CFO basically said that those are permanent console exclusives. So I don't know if they ever will come to Xbox. I mean, obviously Sony could change their mind, but I have no clue. I don't have an issue with them going to Xbox, but yeah, pretending like putting anything on Xbox at this point is going to save the business is pretty funny, because it's not. They don't buy anything. I mean, bro, I'm one of the few people that bought Final Fantasy 15 on Xbox. It sold like 80% at launch, if not more, on PlayStation, and like 15 to 20% on Xbox. And even then, that's probably being generous, so. Yeah, it's not looking good for Team Green out there, dude. Yeah, he called me a big eagle. Damn. Oh, okay. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Oski Woski the 2 sounds like a certain Mexican. You sure it's not him? Yeah, I think so. Claus was in here making fun of him. So. Oh, God.
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today. I hope you're all doing absolutely excellent. Today, we are gathering to talk about, wait for it, take a breath, hold on to your seat. It might be a little surprising, but Xbox hardware plans. Indeed, we're taking a break from the Xbox software takeover to dive into hardware plans for the future, including a handheld this year and a next-generation system in 2027, which feels mighty soon when you really think about it, right? I feel like when you compare it to the Xbox One and PS4 generation, it was by like 2014, early 2015. You know, I think of games like Infamous Second Son, Sunset Overdrive. I think of Bloodborne, Witcher 3, where I'm like, yeah, we're turning the corner. Next gen is here. Much sooner compared to like what I feel is we're still kind of getting there, and we're already talking about next generation stuff nonetheless. But also, when we're talking about Xbox hardware, a lot of confidence has waned for this company and their dedication to it, especially after the multi-platform pivot, the declining hardware sales. It seems like Xbox is not incentivized to chase this at all, but they're taking a pretty unorthodox approach to it. They are contacting another hardware manufacturer and having them make an Xbox-focused device. Combining that with their next-generation console plans, it makes for a really interesting conversation. So we're going to dive deep into a report from, of course, my man Jez Corden, see what's going on here for the future of Xbox hardware, and if there's anything to be excited about. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, you're into what's going on with Xbox, consider subscribing. Let me know your thoughts down below as we go along. But let's start off with the headline. Xbox's new hardware plans begin with a gaming handheld set for later this year with full next-gen consoles targeting 2027. First up, it seems Microsoft is working with a PC gaming OEM or original equipment manufacturer, think Asus, Lenovo, MSI, Razer, etc., on an Xbox-branded gaming handheld, surprisingly slated for later in 2025 if plans are met. Codenamed Keenan, this gaming handheld will look unmistakably Xbox, we're told, complete with an official Xbox guide button and Xbox design sensibilities. Given that this is a partner device similar to Lenovo's...
Yeah, so you hear that, right? It'll have an Xbox guide button and Xbox design sensibilities. So basically, it's just going to have the fucking Xbox button and the same, I guess, button layout and stick layout. That's it. It's going to be like a ROG Ally. It's going to be like a fucking Steam Deck or Lenovo Legion Go. It's just going to be another Windows handheld.
Steam OS partnership with Valve, I expect this handheld to be more PC-oriented. It'll most likely run full Windows, putting the Microsoft Store and PC Game Pass front and center alongside the ability to install things like Steam. Let's stop there for a moment. Lot to say here. First off, who do you think the PC equipment manufacturer is? I'll give you one good hint. Hang on. I believe I'm holding in the palms of my hands who will be working on this Xbox handheld.
Because that's what Phil Spencer uses personally.
Xbox and Microsoft, creatures of habit, they dip their toe in the pool, see what's going on, and then from there they take the full dive. So I think about in particular with the ROG Ally, or the ROG Ally. I think about this in particular where Xbox is really closely partnered with this device. You know, they were all in on like Game Pass support. Hey, we have the Xbox app here. I mean, it is a Windows device after all. So there were a lot of reasons why Xbox was getting behind it, but you could see it was the beginning of a partnership that would grow closer. So that is my personal prediction. But with that in mind, there's a number of things that also come to mind. I use my Steam Deck OLED frequently. I'm in the middle of a brand new New Vegas playthrough, and so wonderful, might I add. I am just loving my time with it. But I've been playing it on my Steam Deck OLED, and that is a very, very, very tough device to replace. The price proposition, the battery life, the screen quality, just how smooth it runs. Of course, the lack of headaches also. I just gotta say, like, I like that it's a very casual focused device. I don't have to maneuver windows and do updates via, what was it, Game Crate or whatever it was called on the ROG Ally. Bugged the hell out of me. Like, it is just a straight up handheld gaming device. So you got to stand toe to toe with that. But I think with the Xbox branding behind it, definitely draws my attention a lot more. But I hope that, of course, point one is that it's a gaming oriented device, less than a PC oriented device personally. But if it is going to include things like the Microsoft Store and PC Game Pass, this is a great time for Xbox to finally put in front of us, although I think it should have been much earlier as they were moving into this multi-platform plan. I think this is a great time to get in front of us what this new Xbox everywhere ecosystem looks like, right? The rumors have been many times in the past that Xbox is working on some sort of guide system, some way to take the ecosystem from platform to platform. No matter where you are, you still have access to a general suite of Xbox things. This feels like a great proof of concept.
Yeah, just another layer to run in the background when you're using Windows to tank your fucking performance. What a great idea.
to launch that idea from, in my personal opinion. Now, continuing on, the article says, this device will likely serve, at least in part, as a research experience for Microsoft. I expect the handheld will test new Windows 11 device-aware capabilities while reducing third-party OEM bloatware that are typical of devices like the Lenovo Legion Go and the Asus ROG Ally. I expect Microsoft will leverage widgets on the Xbox Game Bar on PC for controlling things like TDP and fan speed, while hopefully having a more streamlined OS experience for controller use. Of course, existing PC gaming OEMs will benefit from these efforts as well, but the research will also help with Microsoft's further out plans. So yes, a new Xbox-themed handheld in 2025 that's serving as a sort of research experience, and I'm curious what they're going to do here that, for example, they can't do down the line for a real official Xbox handheld. Like, what is the compromise in this device that only Xbox themselves can do? Because the question I have is, how do you make this purchase not feel like just a short-term investment, right? If you buy a handheld this year, this Xbox-themed handheld, like, of course, I'll be buying it. I mean, number one, it's my job. Number two, I cover Xbox a lot. Number three, I'm really curious, but I don't think that is a common set of reasons for most people purchasing. It's like, why should I buy this so that it's my default handheld gaming device? And as we're going to learn in a second, when Xbox is planning as part of their next-generation push to basically make the new version of the...
Yeah, the only default handheld gaming device I'm going to have is the Switch 2 this year. And then, yeah, obviously... I use my Portal, but it's not really a real handheld. It's just a glorified controller.
Series S and X SKU split, like this hardcore console that will go beneath your TV at the same time as another handheld. It's like, why would I buy 2025's handheld if I know a 2027 handheld from you guys is coming up? So I'm curious how they answered that question. But what we've got up next here is Jez writes, because indeed, our sources also indicate that Microsoft's internal successor to the Xbox Series X and S platform has been fully greenlit all the way up to CEO Satya Nadella. For now, I understand that Microsoft's next generation hardware plans include a premium successor to the powerful Xbox Series X alongside its own Xbox gaming handheld and several new controller options. Tentatively, it seems these new console devices are slated for 2027. Now, one thing Jez did speculate about on the Xbox 2 podcast is that it would be more PC-like, as we'll get into a bit, this brand new Xbox console. But we might have gotten a little taste of this with the Xbox FTC leak that happened, which contained a plethora of games and, of course, hardware plans that we even still reference to this day. Now, Phil Spencer did step out when that leak happened and said, like, hey, a lot of these are out of date. But what we did see was like a adorable, all-digital Series X, as they defined it. Interestingly, was the controller that would lift to wake up, automatically connect to your TV. So that was like a new step in Bluetooth technology for the controller that I think would work best with cloud gaming. So I feel like that's going to be part of the push, because there was a report from 2 months ago from Jez Corden, and he says, I've got it on good authority that Sabiles still exists and is planned to launch alongside the next generation of Xbox console hardware. Microsoft wants to retain the ergonomic feel of the existing range of Xbox controllers, but it seems that the grips also house new haptic motors that can direct high-definition impulses. The patent describes how the new motors are spread throughout the device and should activate consistently irrespective of how the player moves the housing of the controller. Also, another interesting aspect of Sabile is the fact that it will borrow a feature from Stadia, in that it will connect directly to cloud games over Wi-Fi. Players will be able to directly point the controller at different devices via an active device list of sorts, similar to how you can point Spotify to different devices you connected your account to. By bypassing Bluetooth, it should help eliminate a few additional milliseconds of latency when playing games in the cloud, which may not seem like much, but it is an uncanny difference, and was a big contributor as to why Stadia often felt faster than competing solutions at the time. So there is a world, I feel, where like this handheld that they're making is sort of like a Steam Deck, where you can end up using it like a PC. I mean, these things are getting more and more powerful despite their sizes, and so you could use a controller on it even if you'd like. And maybe that is the idea of the Xbox hardware ecosystem moving forward, is like you can buy this controller and use it on your TV as well as the handheld that you bought in 2025, and it all just works together really well. This is the vision. It is exciting. But of course, again, we have another handheld in the mix here, which is your Series S, if you will, for that generation, and then you have a brand new, powerful console, it sounds like. What is that console? Jez writes, it seems that the next-gen Xbox consoles will be closer to Windows than ever before, reducing the amount of work developers have to commit to porting from PC. I understand that they will continue to support backwards compatibility with legacy Xbox games too, however. Xbox President Sarah Bond previously announced a project team specifically designed to promote backwards and forwards compatibility for existing Xbox games to that end. Xbox lead Phil Spencer has teased in previous interviews a desire to support third-party storefronts on Xbox hardware too, including platforms like the Epic Game Store, GOG, itch.io, and even Steam itself.
PlayStation will not let people use Xbox control. You have to... So in order to use a controller on a console, you have to have like authorization from the console manufacturer. So, for example, like if you want to sell a controller that works with Nintendo Switch, you have to seek certification and pay royalties to Nintendo. Just like if you want to make a PlayStation controller, you have to pay royalties to PlayStation. Just like if you want to make an Xbox controller, you have to pay royalties to Xbox. So Sony's not going to do that because the money they make from selling their own controller is way higher than the royalty they would get from Xbox selling theirs.
there's every reason to presume AI will also have a role to play next gen, as well as Xbox cloud capabilities. Microsoft's new controllers have direct-to-cloud connectivity from what I've been told, and more intelligently allow players to switch them between different devices. This is where I think the vision really comes in the form. Jez says, I've argued in previous editorials that Microsoft needs to bring its core audience along for the ride rather than leave them behind, and its hardware plan seems to be doing exactly that. By linking Xbox to Windows, Microsoft can cast off the need to build a system that is completely lockstep with PlayStation on features and power. Microsoft could potentially target a more powerful box more in line with higher-end PCs, giving developers an easier time to optimize their Windows PC versions specifically for the next-gen Xbox console. Thanks to the Series S, Microsoft already has a large amount of games that could be easily ported to a handheld-type system too. The strong possibility that these future systems will remain backwards compatible ensures that those of us who are digitally locked into the Xbox ecosystem will have a place to upgrade to in the future. Future Xbox games will likely be Windows-oriented, hopefully with Xbox Play Anywhere as a default licensing model. Of course, there's still so much we don't know and can only speculate upon for now: prices, specs, features, developer support, and beyond. Therefore, a future report. So now you're starting to see the vision here. One thing that has happened this entire generation is bloated development timelines, and I do think it's fair to say it is part of the amount of SKUs we have nowadays compared to even a generation ago, right? I just held up the ROG Ally, I had the Steam Deck OLED, you have your PC with all various configurations, thousands of them, you have different consoles at different levels, your Series X, your Series S, you have a PS5 Pro now, you have the base PS5, hell, let's throw in the Nintendo Switch, then the Nintendo Switch 2. You're developing for so many platforms. It's why you see smaller teams just stagger out their releases per platform, because there's only so many places that you can target. But Xbox's desire here to say that, hey, kind of one size fits all. Like, if you make something for our next gen console, then guess what? That's going to work for PC. If you make something for Series X, that's going to work for PS5, of course, because those two are more in lockstep. But if you make something for the Series S, that might work for this 2025 handheld. That'll also work for the upcoming 2027 handheld. So you start to see the vision here where your games, if you're a developer, can kind of live everywhere. At least on paper, it is very much tantalizing to, I think, a developer-friendly ecosystem, especially when you include things like Game Pass. There's just a lot.
Yeah, but that just means they're going to put shit on the Microsoft store. I think people are really jumping the fucking shark when they're saying, yeah, they're going to put Steam on there. No. Microsoft wants you to buy your games through them. They want you to get Game Pass through them. They want you engaged in their ecosystem. Otherwise, they do not get the money from third-party game sales or microtransaction purchases or whatever it might be. So I could see them maybe having, the PC Microsoft store on the Xbox console. But I cannot see them putting Steam on there. But never know.
A lot of places people can access your content from and discover your content from, which, quite frankly, discoverability is the least talked about, most difficult part of game development / marketing. Is just there's so much good stuff out there. It's just sometimes tough to even hear about it. So with Xbox,
no, I think it's the opposite. There's so much shit, it's hard to hear about the good stuff.
Having this sort of play anywhere feature, different pieces of hardware, this ecosystem, this is a future I can buy into. Here's the only problem for me is I already know they ain't going to be a disk drive. And that is going to sting, but, this is where Xbox is going, no doubt, with their cloud tech and their focus on AI. This is going to be a very digital platform. And for people like moi, see my background, it's just going to be some growing pains, unfortunately. But I will say Xbox Play Anywhere, I do love the idea, like we saw quietly with Indiana Jones, where if you're playing on Steam and then you load up on Xbox, your save carries over. That is awesome. Like, that just seamless experience of being able to just play anywhere, access your saves anywhere. I know Cyberpunk also messed with cross-save in an interesting way. I do think that is a big part of the future, and I understand that the kind of digital push is like a necessary evil in my eyes for a lot of that. But look, as a handheld junkie, I already got two to my side here, got the analog pocket, I love the Vita, I've always wanted Xbox to do their own handheld. To know that we're going to get two, I'm very keen. Like, I will say,
I don't know why you'd want Xbox. They can barely sell a normal console. Do you really think their handheld's going to be successful? Like, they can barely manage a normal console, much less an entire, handheld.
Very excited about that, because while it's been hinted at so many times by Xbox, it's like, well, no, duh. Just knowing that it's going to happen, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I am very curious to see what Xbox does throw their hat in the ring on that. And because of the way they're proposing this sort of hardware plan, at least on paper through Jez Corden, what we have here is something that does remove a little bit of a fear of mine for Xbox, which was, I felt they were in a bit of a race to beat PlayStation to that kind of handheld.
Yeah, the Steam Deck has barely sold 4 million. Like, I think the PS Portal is about to surpass the Steam Deck at this point.
Of course, I just mentioned the Vita, the PSP, to me at least, is so synonymous with handheld gaming, like right there with Nintendo. And based on reports we've seen, PlayStation is working on their own handheld. So in my head, originally, there was this world where, okay, Xbox and PlayStation are about to enter a handheld race, and Xbox is hardware clout, we'll say, is just down 5,000% right now. All PlayStation needs to do is confirm a new handheld is on the way that's not the PS Portal, which, by the way, did really well, and they are going to smoke whatever Xbox is doing, no matter how good it is. But when you have this sort of in-betweener here, and you start to see what the vision is now and for the future, I think they're just on a completely different path from PlayStation, given Xbox is going everywhere. So yeah, I have to admit, I am optimistic about it, because an Xbox device that holds Steam, that holds, I don't really use Epic Game Store, but all these storefronts, GOG, I do use sometimes, like Xbox as a device holding all of those would bring me into that ecosystem even deeper. So all they need to do now is just overhaul the achievement system, and I'm going full fanboy here. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, those are my thoughts on what's going on here with Xbox's next generation plans. Let me know what you're thinking down below. Fire away. Other than that, take excellent care of yourselves, and I will see you in the next video. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
I think the thing is with the handhelds is like 2 to 3 years ago, you might have had a market. Because, you know, the Nintendo Switch was aging very poorly. You know, it couldn't run most modern games. Even the games Nintendo was putting on there were running like shit. It's like, yeah, maybe 2 to 3, 4 years ago, it would have been a good, I guess, business decision to put out like a more powerful handheld alternative. But in a world where the Nintendo Switch 2 is about to come out, and, you know, it's going to probably be pretty competent power-wise, is anybody really going to be rushing out to go and buy another fucking Xbox, but this time handheld? I don't think so. So they'll just get the Switch 2, because then they can play handheld games and all of Nintendo's games. You say that like it's a bad thing. How is Steam Deck selling 4 million units a bad thing? I never said it's a bad thing. It's an indicator that the market for those type of devices is not as large as people like to pretend. Like, the Steam Deck is not this massive runaway success that literally can't stay on a shelf. Like, it's moderately successful, if even that. Like, 4 million units is not anything crazy in the gaming console / hardware space. That's actually pretty weak. So it's a very, very niche market is the point. So handheld gaming PCs are a very, very niche market. So Xbox releasing one is not going to magically, you know, multiply that market by 10. Oski with the 2. I'm hoping we get a PSP successor. That'd be fine. They supposedly are working on a handheld, but I don't know, man. I think it's the same reasons why, you know, Microsoft maybe shouldn't make one. Because the other thing is, too, is you actually have to have dedicated games for it, which maybe now with the power, you know, differential not really mattering on what can run what, it wouldn't be a big issue, but I don't know. We'll have to see, because I feel like Sony still is burned from the PS Vita. So I don't know if they would be too eager to rush into another handheld at this point. U generation with the 2. What is this?
Is this the Ethan thing? I remember somebody told me about this.
I think it's embarrassing for Ela here to be like, this is so traumatic for the kids. You're trying to traumatize the children. It's like...
So basically, these people collectively got together and called CPS on Ethan and Ela's kids.
For context, this is the same person we had to deal with before.
$30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear.
And now she's been on a generational run of hating against Ethan Klein during almost every single stream of hers, to the point they literally had Child Protective Services called on H3H3's family. And as you might notice, she immediately deleted the VOD after this happened, and now she's trying to dismiss the event as nothing crazy.
Dog, you literally, the vast majority of people are, like, vast, are not remembering anything that happened to them at 3.
Man, So it's okay to do anything to a 3-year-old because they won't
Yep.
remember it.
It's just sympathy, right? It's just she's just pulling like the IDF classic card.
The IDF, the Israeli Defense Force? What does this have to do with the IDF?
Like, please, my life is so difficult. Please, everyone that is against us needs fucking awful experiences because we're the ones dealing with the real awful experiences.
What? I don't even know what to say. The fuck are we watching? She was in the IDF? Yeah, she was in the IDF because every single person that was born and lives in Israel has to serve in the IDF, including women.
Hila did worse to Palestinian kids in the IDF. I mean, I'm sure she's thought about doing terrible things to people when she was in the IDF.
I want you
that's a pure projection right there.
to understand that the reason why she's saying this is so she can dehumanize this woman that she's watching, like Ethan's wife, and then make her an acceptable target.
That's pure projection. Obviously, she's fantasized about, raping babies or some shit. I'm like... That is definitely the guilty conscience speaking first. 100%.
For bad treatment.
Of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3.
Create any bad memory for them.
Is this
You're
the
not
part-
forming memories at 3 years old.
Yes, you are. Maybe your fucking half-wit ass didn't, but I remember when I was 3 years old. I still remember the layout of my bedroom perfectly from where I lived when I was 3 years old. So, I remember a bunch of shit from when I was 3.
And it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old. Now, yes, you are.
At 5? Most people remember kindergarten, you dumb fucking bitch.
No, you're not. It's like 4 is the cutoff, but even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have
Yeah, I guess you can just rape 5-year-olds then, right? Is that what you're saying? So, it's just like, what the fuck is this argument? Yeah, dude, leftists need to be rounded up and given a shower.
maybe 1 or 2 memories. Yes.
Okay, so then...
Talking to a random stranger once isn't really memorable for a kid.
Oh my god.
The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
You just read it. That's an average also.
Pretty rare to be forming memories or like memories that you will keep.
You see the goalpost moving? 50 memories and memories that you will keep.
Like I can remember maybe, I don't know, 5 things that happened to me, maybe.
Oh god, this is really
And you can't even take care of your fucking kids. Why don't you tell your wife, too? She should be taking care of your kids, too. Both of y'all.
What the
Instead,
fuck
you're
is
posted
that
up
thing?
complaining about how you got CPS called, and they're investigating you, homie. And you're posting on Instagram? Oh, I hope his kids get taken away from him. Oh, I hope so.
Dude, straight to the showers.
They would be so much better off. Fuck. And you can't even...
Who does this?
Oh, I hope his kids get taken away from him.
So they've already made up their mind. They're not calling CPS to investigate. They're calling CPS to do something in order to make this person's life worse. Ethan needs to lawyer up and sue these people. I hope he does. These are people who are making false calls to real government places in order to execute an internet beef. This is disgusting behavior. And all of these people like Denham's downplaying this. Oh, that's not. Oh, but you're not getting memories at this age or whatever. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is so disgusting. Why would you talk like this? Why would you act like this? It's outrageous.
It's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. A small infant that has no immune system shouldn't be catching anything. No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is this happening? How is this happening?
I prefer really not to speak. If I speak, I am in big trouble. In big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Dude, we should send all these fucking dumb whores to Palestine, you know? Let them serve as a morale booster to the brave Hamas whatevers that they care so deeply about, you know? They can become their public toilets. Because that's exactly how they treat that fucking painted whore the second she stepped foot in that region. That fucking painted whore would be raped to death in the street, most likely. If not stoned. It's just very fucking funny, man. Very fucking funny. Yeah, dude, she's like a sub 5 that's like fucking caked up in makeup. She's a sub 5 caked in makeup, trying to LARP as like a sexy e-girl, and the only people that find her attractive are a bunch of dorky simps. Like the type of dudes that literally will just be like, oh my god, a girl talked to me. She's literally the love of my life. Like those type of people. I don't know, man. The type of dudes that if a girl talks to them once, they like immediately fall in love. They're like, oh my god, bro, I want to marry her. That's the type of guy that likes her. She is a Hassan mod? That explains a lot. That explains a lot. I mean, it just shows you that, like, in today's economy, you can literally make money doing anything these days. So... anybody can make it, guys. No matter how fucking retarded you are. Well, I may go ahead and hop off, guys, because I'm kind of tired tonight. I may go ahead and hop off for tonight. I've been awake for close to 24 hours at this point, so I probably should get a little bit more sleep than usual. But anyway, I hope y'all have a great Tuesday, everybody. Appreciate y'all coming out. And I will talk to everyone later. Peace out, guys.